Call this meeting of the Amador County Board of Supervisors to order on this Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. Board is met in closed session. There was nothing to report on conference with labor negotiators, and the board approved the confidential minutes. If you could please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you, and welcome to our board meeting today. Go to public matters, not on the agenda, discussion items only, no action to be taken. Any person may address the board at this time upon any subject within the jurisdiction of the Amador County Board of Supervisors. However, any matter that requires action may be referred to staff and or committee for report and recommendation for possible action in a subsequent board meeting. Is there any public comment at this time on any item not on the agenda? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, last chance. We'll move to approval of the agenda. Richard?
Yeah, I do have an item on the public comment. I'd like to request a moment of silence for a young man that was tragically killed in a hit-and-run accident recently. Mr. Dylan Yoakum.
And you might, Mr. Yoakum, the young man was, mother was Debbie Lavielle and grandmother was Virginia Lavielle. So, yeah, very, very tragic. So let's take a moment of silence. Thank you. Any other items from the board members? All right, approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Approval of the consent agenda and item 5P, Commission on Aging, acceptance of the resignation of Susan Tomasich will be pulled from the agenda at the request of the Commission on Aging. So can I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Before we vote, I just wanted to acknowledge that Dr. Kerr and Beth Stanton are recipients of the Margaret Dalton Golden Acorn Award for this year. So I'm very pleased for them.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. With the motion and second, all those in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Move to our regular agenda, item 3A, adoption and presentation of a resolution recognizing Hospice of Amador and Calaveras for 40 years of service to patients and families of the community. And I have a resolution I'd like to present. You could, whoever is representing could come on up. I'll come to you right there. I don't think we're. There we go.
Something's working.
Okay, 40 years of service to patients and families. Whereas Hospice of Amador and Calaveras, and I'll refer to as HOAC in the future, is an independent nonprofit healthcare provider of end-of-life care and spiritual and psychological support to patients facing a terminal illness. And whereas HOAC was established as a nonprofit organization in 1984 and became Medicare certified in 1995, And whereas the HOAC team includes doctors, registered nurses, licensed vocational nurses, medical social workers, spiritual care providers, and hospice aid volunteers who provide comprehensive and compassionate care that make the wishes of each patient and family a priority. And whereas HOAC started Grief Busters in 1984, providing grief support to youth who have suffered the loss of a loved one. And whereas in 40 years of operation, Hospice of Amador and Calaveras has never turned away a patient due to the inability to pay, thanks to funding from the Hospice Thrift Store in Jackson and Angels Camp, private donations, and ongoing fundraising efforts. And whereas the mission of HOAC, a nonprofit community-based organization, is to provide exceptional end-of-life care to every community who needs it regardless of their ability to pay, and to educate and collaborate with healthcare providers and community members promotion exceptional end-of-life care. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Amador, State of California, does hereby recognize Hospice of Amador and Calaveras County, and motion was duly passed this day. And with that, board members, can we get a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Second?
And all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I wanted to get it passed before I presented it to you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the honey. It's my random acts of honey is what I do.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'd like you to introduce. The whole board in here? It's up to you.
I would,
Yes? Come on, board members.
I would love the whole board.
Come on, it's real important.
We better stand over here then.
We'll
so
all be
we got a little more room.
someday.
Oh, we're over here. We're over here.
Okay. I'd like to introduce Wendy, and this is Jenny. These are two of the people that keep everything running day to day at hospice, literally with their fundraising efforts and into the community all the time, both sides of the river. I'm Neil Starr, and I've been a faithful board member for a number of years, and I'm very thankful to have a Hospice of Amador and Calaveras here. My father helped us start this whole thing years ago from his compassion. Anyway, thank you all. And Jenny, would you like to say something? And then especially Wendy.
Bruce, who's one of our hospice volunteers and has been for many years.
Wendy, speak right into the mic so everybody can hear you.
Yes. Bruce is one of our hospice volunteers and has been for many years. And, you know, the thrift store is one of our main fundraisers. But we're just so proud of where hospice has came in 40 years. It's really amazing to think where it started and where it is now. And, you know, just proud to have a hospice and be able to provide this service to our community. So we're so proud to get this honor from the board. And
Don't miss a chance to plug your event. When is your event?
our art auction, the Celebrate Life art auction, will be coming up in September again. And we welcome any and all of you to come and join us. It's a really beautiful event and our largest fundraiser of the year. So thank you, Richard, for mentioning.
I'm gonna, go ahead. Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna start the public comment, because,
I just have one more thing to say.
Okay.
Right now, we have over 160 volunteers that saved us over $284,000 in wages last year, and they contributed over 9,000 hours of contribution to the hospice of both sides of the river. It's amazing what we've got. We've got 42 full-time employees right now, so it's working well. Hospice cares.
we know that. I know it specifically. I think almost everybody has a personal contact with hospice. I know I have 3. One was with my mother, who was very close friend of mine who was terminal with cancer, and, 3 was with my brother-in-law. But, when a call is made to hospice, especially in the case of my brother-in-law who needed to come home from Sacramento quickly so he could die at home, it just, the reaction is instantaneous, and it, I don't know how people would make it without hospice.
Now, during the pandemic, in child time, sacrificing themselves pretty much at the same time, checking, couldn't see family for days.
Can you move over to the mic, because I want everybody to pick up what you're saying. It's all very important.
During the pandemic, all the hospice workers continued on their schedules. They were tested every day and made sure, and some of them had to basically get away from their families for up to 10 days to 2 weeks because they tested positive. So, it's such a caring group of people. And the wonderful thing about it is it's the most important time of our lives, right there when we're trying to exit, and exit with dignity at home is what you said. Yep. And if you can't care, we can do nothing but care for people, and have never tried to charge anybody if they can't afford it. So hospice does care in such an amazing way with so many wonderful people. And thank you again for your resolution.
Yeah. Board members, any comments?
Well, I have had the use of them 3 times myself, and, it only takes once to see how good those people are. I'm like Neil, I don't even talk about it, just,
Yeah.
it really is a wonder. If you're only gonna give to one organization,
Thank you.
I would recommend this one.
Thank you very much. Jeff, I don't know you. I'm a member of your district.
Yeah.
Give him a card, Jeff, he might need to vote.
I want to get a quick meeting in today, but I have another comment too. Supervisor Ornetto?
No, I agree with what was said, and anybody that has a family of any size, you've had family members go through hospice. I think hospice allows people to pass away at home and helps them to have some comfort and dignity, and it's not an easy job, and I really respect what everybody there does, so thank you.
Yeah, I also want to thank you. Now, Greg, I got a question for you. Since he's a constituent, do I have to put this on my 460? Lighten it up a little bit, but thank you. I truly appreciate everything you guys do.
Yep, just
Likewise.
a quick story about my brother-in-law. When, he had to come back from Sacramento, and he was terminal at that point, but his mother had also died from cancer and been under hospice care years before, when he was a young man. And, the hospice nurse that came in was at at his side, at Bruce's side, and I was there, and his nephew was there, and we were talking, and she said, I have a funny feeling that was like I was here before. And we said, well, I don't think you were here. This is a new house, but there was a house that burned down that Jan Brazell was in. She goes, I remember. And then she put 2 and 2 together and said, this is Bruce, because she remembered him as a young man. So it was almost chilling when that happened, but the same nurse attended to his mother also. Yeah, really, something that, strange, but it really grabs you. So I'm gonna ask for public comment. Anyone in the audience or on Zoom might want to comment, so. Nope, okay. All right, last chance. Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much.
We're going to go to item 3B, resolution recognizing May 2022 as Mental Health Matters Month in Amador County. And come on up. Why don't you introduce yourself while I'm coming down to present the resolution?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Stephanie Hess. I'm with Amador County Behavioral Health.
James with Behavioral Health.
I'm Trixie Smith from Sierra Wind.
Rick Kempker from Sierra Wind. You guys some keys like we always do.
Go ahead and start the resolution. Resolution recognizing May 2022 as Mental Health Matters Month in Amador County to enhance public awareness of mental health and dispel the stigma surrounding it. Whereas mental health challenges are one of the most common health conditions in California, affecting 1 out of 6 adults and impacting both the person experiencing mental health challenges and those persons who care and love the person facing the challenge. And whereas 1 out of every 24 Californians with a serious mental illness have difficulty functioning in everyday life, and if left untreated, have life experiences 25 years shorter than the general population. And whereas every day millions of people face stigma related to mental health and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. And whereas recovery can and does happen, and all Californians should know that support and help is available regardless of any individual situation. And whereas creating a community where everyone feels comfortable reaching out for the support they deserve is crucial to ending the stigma around mental illness. And whereas access to support and ending the stigma is of paramount importance. And whereas the Amador County Board of Supervisors wishes to enhance public awareness of mental health, therefore be it resolved by the Amador County Board of Supervisors on this day, May 2022, as Mental Health Matters Month in Amador County, to enhance public awareness of mental health to help end the stigma. And board members, can I get a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the resolution. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
So my name is James Burke, again, with Behavioral Health, and I'm a peer personal service coordinator with the Behavioral Health, and I'm someone with lived experience that works with the clients. I live with schizophrenia and OCD and PTSD, and I'm just here to say that recovery is possible. It's been a long road for me, but I've climbed my way out of the trenches, and I'm here today, and I'm giving back to the community.
Thank you very much for your story, and I know it's pervasive in our community, and we're better off dealing with it rather than trying to suppress it and act like it doesn't occur in people. So, any board member comments?
Well, I serve on the Mental Health Advisory Board and also related boards, and I'm just really supportive of, this resolution and the work that's being done here for mental health services.
I know a person personally dealing with depression right now, and it's affected this person a good portion of their life. And the one thing she said, she thanked me for at least recognizing it, and that there's help out there available, rather than, the one statement she caught was that the statement people make is, why can't you just deal with it? And you can't just deal with it on your own. It's very difficult. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Yes, sir, Steve.
My name is Steve Christensen. I live in Sutter Creek. And I'd like to say a few words in support of the mental health department here in Amador County. I have a mental illness in my family. Now, how did you feel when I said that I had a mental illness? Did you feel afraid? No. Does this guy have a gun? Were you repelled? Were you judgmental? I knew Steve was crazy all the time. When I added, in my family, did your reaction change from fear and avoidance to one of empathy and support? What if I had begun by telling you that I had cancer in my family? Would your feelings change? If you thought that I had cancer or someone in my family had cancer, would you feel sorry for me? Would you ask me questions about, Steve, where's the cancer? What treatments are you getting? How do you feel? Is there anything I can do to help? We don't ask those questions of people with mental illness. Cancer patients will fight to get care. People with psychosis will fight to resist it. When a person admits to having a mental illness, we ask none of the above questions, and we call this reaction a stigma. People will say that stigma is the biggest problem in mental health. I've learned another word to me that describes the biggest problem in mental health, and that word is discrimination. We discriminate against people with mental illness. You see, stigma invokes victimization and, unfortunately, inaction. Discrimination is a call for social justice. Discrimination fuels fear and ignorance. That is why so many people do not seek treatment. Americans respond to mental illness with fear and avoidance. Remember Thomas Eagleton? Maybe some of you do. He was the vice presidential nominee for George McGovern, who, when it was revealed that he had been hospitalized with bouts of depression throughout his life, was forced to quit the race. People didn't want some crazy person to be vice president. In contrast to other diseases that you get or you have, many people, mental illness is still defined as who you are. What I am looking for is to have the standards we expect for medical and surgical care to apply to those to the treatment of mental illness. Many of the pressing social issues of the last decade, homelessness, incarceration, poverty, can be tracked in part to our nation's failure to care for people with mental illness. Mental health care is mostly focused on relieving symptoms and not helping people recover. Nearly 80% of antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications are prescribed by primary physicians. Recovery is more than reducing the symptoms. It is returning to a full and meaningful life. So what is recovery? It's the 3 Ps. It's people. We should focus on hospitality, not hospitalization. It's place, a safe place to live, and that means dignity. And purpose. It's about creating meaning through finding work. The mental health problem is medical, but the solutions are not just medical. They are social, environmental, and political. But we have hope. The inconvenient truth is that the mental health crisis is a human rights crisis. We think of people with mental illness whenever there's a mass killing. In fact, mental illness is a major killer, but not by homicide, but by suicide. Even before COVID, mental illness was claiming a life every 11 minutes by suicide. In 2019, it was reported that there was 228 suicides by police officers. During that same year, the FBI reported that 89 police officers lost their lives in the line of duty. 89 police officers died in the line of duty. 228 committed suicide. Also in 2019, according to the CDC, 47,511 Americans died by suicide. In 2019, again, there was an estimated 1.4 million suicide attempts. Each year, firearms are used in about 25,000 suicides and nearly 14,000 homicides. Naomi Judd had mental health issues. She shot herself. Statistically, the gun purchased for protection is nearly 80% more likely to be used by a family member to end their own life than used against someone else for protection. What works is a series of treatment-focused programs that provide housing, routine, treatment, but most of all, social support. People with mental illness should be treated in the same healthcare facilities and covered by the same insurance with equivalent benefits, a mandate that in law is known as parity. There has been no focus on the national level to support mental health since President Kennedy and Johnson. The responsibility for care resides mainly in states and counties. When Governor Reagan started closing state hospitals, he was dismantling a flawed system, but it created a new one. What was once called insane asylums, we now call prisons. Jails and prisons have become the de facto mental hospitals. The difference is that people went to state hospitals for treatment, people go to prisons for punishment. I know, because my last job I had before I retired was as a teacher in the psychiatric yard at California State Prison, Sacramento.
Steve, are you almost done with your?
I'm almost done.
Okay, because you're quite a ways over our time.
Okay, I will go through, I just almost done. Please, give me a couple of minutes here. All my students were diagnosed with some level of mental illness and had committed a violent crime. The Los Angeles County Jail is now the largest mental health care institution in the country. We understand very little how the brain works. A person in Amador County who has a serious mental health issue is taken to the emergency room at the hospital and is admitted as a 5150. When a 5150 patient is discharged from the hospital, it is at the discretion of an insurance company, not a medical decision. There are those in this county who say that homeless people and people with mental illness are bussed in. That is totally false. Many people who grew up here, people with serious mental illness, are living in like refugees in their own town. We have come to accept all this as normal, but we would not accept it for any other medical condition. Every one of these people have a treatable condition. That is why Mental Health Matters Month in May, say that 3 times real fast, is so important. It is an opportunity to tell people that it is okay to not be okay. It helps people with mental illness to get out of the closet. It is an opportunity to fight for social justice for their friends and family members who have mental illness, an illness that is treatable and curable. People with mental health can recover. Our message this month should be that we are confronting those who are disturbed while disturbing those that are comfortable. And I have a couple of suggestions. 1, put an iPad with telehealth software in every police cruiser that can connect that cruiser to crisis support units so mental health staff can join every crisis response call anytime, anywhere. Suggestion number 2, crisis response in a mental health mobile van with a nurse, a social worker, and a peer, not a medical, surgical ambulance or a police cruiser. 3, I'm almost done. Schools need to be committed to mental fitness in the same way they are to physical fitness. This is a national problem. It's a test of our government, of how that government treats those who are at the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of their life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadow of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. Building a community through the way of truth, through the way of compassion and connection, through the way of justice, through the way of God, and through the way of love. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't want to cut you off because of the importance of that, but in the future, can you try to pare it down to maybe 5 minutes? Thank you. Any other comment on that?
Yeah, I do have one. Something I think the mental health is a huge issue, and I said it before. I'll say it again. It's a load the county is financially incapable of carrying, and I think it's something the federal government needs to step in and help in the states and the counties, because it's, I mean, look at the homeless. I think a lot of them out there have mental health problems, and along with, it could also be drug problems. I mean, either or, sometimes both. And it's a big deal.
Thank you. Any other comments? And we'll move on to item 3C, Amador Arts Council discussion and possible action relative to an update from Ms. Megan O'Keefe, Amador Arts Executive Director, relative to the accomplishments and activities of the Arts Council in the past year, as well as request for funding for fiscal year 22-23 in the amount of $3,500. Ms. O'Keefe? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Amador County Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for the privilege and honor of speaking before you gentlemen today. I am Megan O'Keefe, the Executive Director of Amador County Arts Council. I am here today to thank this government body for designating Amador Arts as the local state partner for many decades. And I am here to thank you for your decision to provide funds to Amador Arts. And I ask that you renew that choice. When you first provided Amador Arts with funding in 2018, this board spoke of its support for arts education in the local public schools. Thus, we at Amador Arts have ensured that your funds go entirely to our free art classes for children in the local public elementary schools. Today, we are happy to report to you that since you funded us in 2018, our arts program has more than doubled in size, and our overall operating revenue is 2.5 times larger. That is in part thanks to our many partnerships throughout the community, including organizations that you are familiar with, such as the Amador Council of Tourism, the Amador County Artists Association, Hospice, Behavioral Health, Public Health, Victory Village, Amador County Unified School District, and Amador County Office of Education, who this school year has sponsored our arts classes with $15,000. Today, we offer more than twice as many art classes as we did in 2018. The cost of the program has doubled, and we now provide more than 200 free art classes to 100% of elementary public school youth, including the disabled children, and we also offer free classes to local seniors. Each art class costs on average $250, including supplies, artist fees, administration, and operational costs. Additionally, our program provides poetry education made available to all local high school students in and out of public school. We hire and train disabled high school students through the Workability program, and we provide community service opportunities for high school students who want to learn about the arts industry and about nonprofit administration and leadership by serving as student directors on our board. Our scholarship, which has existed for decades, was increased to $10,000 this year in order to better support local student artists in their pursuit of careers and education in the arts. Despite the financial impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have recovered vigorously in our commitment to make free art accessible to the local community at large, along with our commitment to hire local artists and to provide those artists with free resources and support. Established as a 501c3 in 1982, Amador County Arts Council hires dozens of local artists each year, providing free art classes, art experiences to over 2,400 youths and seniors annually, and producing over 10 concerts and performances to audiences, including 3,500 local tourists and families in our free concerts every summer. We create jobs every year, paying more than $40,000 annually to hire visual artists, actors, musicians, graphic designers, dancers, choreographers, writers, poets, public speakers, and teaching artists. These jobs enrich our community by providing free access to the arts. These jobs are predominantly held by retired locals who cherish their ability to sustain a retirement arts career right here at home in Amador County. This is our 24th year of producing free summer concerts in the parks all throughout Amador County, including all of the areas where you all live. These concerts attract tourists who spend the weekend contributing to our overall county revenue and supporting our local businesses. This year also marks our 25th year of WineFest, which promotes the local wine industry, local culinary artists, local artists and musicians, and local small business owners. Over 80% of WineFest ticket holders are tourists who come back year after year to enjoy our community, support our local businesses, and return home after a restful, rural, and art-filled getaway. Not only does an art council enrich people's lives, attract tourists, provide access to free art, and give resources, support, and jobs to local artists, but the arts are simply good for the bottom line, the economy. In 2020, even during the pandemic, the arts industry contributed more to the national GDP than transportation, outdoor recreation, mining, and agriculture, including forestry, fishing, and hunting. Studies show that the arts are good for humans and communities. The arts are good for the developing brain and the aging brain. The arts are good for test scores across all subjects, including medical tests as you age. The arts are good for tourism, home values, wellness and resilience, reduction in criminal behavior, and again, the economy. As a rural community, we frequently miss out on much of the state and federal grant funding. But with a strong art council, Amador Arts has ensured that these art grants come home to Amador County so that we don't have to leave in order to experience the enrichment of the arts. An important part of our growth has been our continued relationship with the state of California and you, the Amador County Board of Supervisors. Because of support from this local government, we are able to bring $65,000 of grant money to Amador County this year alone, and we still have grant applications in process that amount to at least another $30,000 to $50,000 just for this upcoming new fiscal year, not including the one that we're just finishing up. Thank you for making our work possible by designating Amador Arts as the Art Council for Amador County. Thank you for considering us for funding in this year's budget. Your $3,500 will go entirely to free art classes to support the 200 art classes that we will be teaching in the upcoming school year. These classes are free to the school sites, the teachers, the school district, and the students. We are honored to be one of the top 9 art councils in the state of California. We are honored to be the smallest county with the smallest art council budget in that top ranking. And that is because we know and we have demonstrated to the state that creative thought is central to country living. We strive to ensure that every artist, art student, citizen, and arts organization in our county has our support and free resources so that Amador County can continue to be an exceptional place for rural artists to learn, grow, and work. We are honored to serve and help the people, artists, and youth of Amador County. With your continued support, we can continue to bring more dollars to Amador County for the arts. Thank you for your consideration. Next, I would like to introduce Bruce Pachanti.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Pachani. I have lived in Amador County since 1972 and was a teacher, elementary vice principal, and principal in the Amador County Unified School District for the past 36 years. I was a founder of the Amador County Arts Council back in the 1980s and was trained as a fellow with the California Arts Project, a subject matter project established by the California Department of Education to teach teachers how to teach art in their classrooms. I retired in 2008, and in 2010, with the help of other art teachers, I was asked to write and teach K-6 art lessons for the Amador County Arts Council. This was the beginning of the Arts in Education program, now servicing every elementary K-6 grade level classroom in the Amador County Unified School District. All lessons are written to comply with the State Department of Education's standards for the visual and performing arts, and all classes and materials are provided by the Amador County Arts Council free of charge to the district and the students. This is why donations, grants, and endowments are so important for carrying out and expanding this tremendous art program. The impact this program has on our elementary students is immense. Arts are often the forgotten subject in elementary schools. However, students gain confidence, problem-solving skills, and learn to be creative when they are given the opportunity to explore the arts. There is no right or wrong answer, just the chance to explore, discover new ways to create, and new knowledge to explore. Thank you.
Please welcome Eileen to talk more on our arts education work with local high schoolers.
Morning. Thank you very much for letting me have this opportunity to speak to you. I'm Eileen Hartwork, and I am lived in Amador County since 1995, and I'm a proud Amador resident. I'm currently the Workability 1 coordinator for the Amador County Office of Education. Workability 1 provides comprehensive training in work, employment placement, and follow-up for high school students in special education who are making the transition from school to work, independent living, and post-secondary education or training. The Workability program is funded and administered by the California Department of Education and offers our special education students the opportunity to complete secondary education while also obtaining marketable job skills for success in the modern labor market. Collaboration with local businesses and community agencies allow us to place 50 students of various abilities in the workforce to gain valuable job experiences while exposing our students to career paths that they have shown interest in. Amador Arts Council is one of the community agencies that we are currently in a partnership. Currently, we have a senior placed in the council who is interested in pursuing a career in the arts. Working closely with Megan O'Keefe and the Amador Arts Council has given our students access to the numerous different facets of the business opportunities in the world of art. The partnership between Workability and the council has been a positive experience for our students, allowing them to learn what is expected of an employee while being in a safe, nurturing environment. The council has offered a mentorship for students and the group of students that aren't always serviced. Our students otherwise would not be able to explore the numerous fields of the arts. Without Amador Arts Council, our students would not be able to take advantage of the opportunities. I ask that you please renew your support of the Amador Arts Council for not only our students, but for the residents of Amador County. Me being one, I would like all the wonderful things that Megan does. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to introduce Tony, who's presenting with me today as a member of our board of directors.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just have a few notes, but some of the things have already been said that I said, or that I was going to say, but one of the things I want to point out, first of all, I'm Tony Lindy. I don't think I should introduce my whole name. I, as a retired elementary school teacher, working with Bruce Pachani as one of the principals for a while, we did a lot of art in school, and it's so critical for kids to have the arts exposed to them because our kids are kind of isolated from bigger areas, and we don't have a lot of things other than what we bring into them. And Megan is really good about bringing in not only our local artists, but also artists from other areas to give all of our kids some really great experiences. And also the adults, like she said, the free concerts in the park that have been going on for 24 years. I didn't realize that long. And so our whole entire community is exposed to many different forms of art, and that's in part because Amador Arts Council from the very beginning has always been really good about bringing things in. And Megan has worked really hard in getting a lot of grant money, so that's helped support it too. So I hope that you do continue to support Amador Arts, and if I was playing a poker game, I'd say the 3,500 and up the ante maybe even, so if you can. But I wanted to also point out how many times Megan used the word free. When I was listening to her speak just now, everything she said was Amador Arts brings this free to our community, free to the kids, free to all of our areas for the different parks and the music for everybody. So I want to make sure you understand how important it is for us to be able to continue this. And again, I'd like to up the ante, and my dream is to even have an entire art community center that has all the arts that could even bring in more. So that's my dream for later. Thank you.
And finally, for our presentation, before public comment, I would like to welcome Dee Dee, who is a past president of the Board of Directors for Amador Arts and who saw us through the financial crisis of 2008 and 9. Brian.
Morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Dee Dee Ryan, live in Sutter Creek. I joined the board and became president just about the time the recession started. I remember coming in and talking to Richard about funding, and of course nobody had any funding for anything, but anyway, it opened the door. I want to thank you all for that, and now being able to put some dollars towards this fabulous organization. I'd also like to publicly thank Megan O'Keefe for making this happen, so much of it happening. We went without an executive director for 10 years, and as well as bringing Bruce Pachani in to head up the arts and education program, I was also able to lead the board to bringing in enough funding to hire an executive director, and it made all the difference in the world. I'm very, very proud what Megan and her team have been able to accomplish, and I want to thank you again for your support of Amador Arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. I believe you all received our current profit and loss for this month's report for this fiscal year. You also received our adopted budget for the incoming fiscal year, and you received a piece of paper that demonstrates on the left side our board of directors, advisory council, teaching artists who are currently contracting with us, poet laureates, other partners, and that document also describes many statistics regarding our programs and services. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'll open it up to the board for questions. I know there's going to be a couple. I pre-warned you, so. Who wants to start?
I don't know what you warned him about. Anyway, yeah, I do have some concerns, but first I will say this. I supported the Arts Council by votes many times. I think once one year, I think he even suggested we increase your funding because you're trying to get a grant. It'd be a lot more money. So I said, hey, it made sense, get you more money, help the kids in schools. Seemed like a great idea. I personally donated the Arts Council Giving Tuesday. So I like a lot of your programs. You got the music in the parks, you got the art in the school, you got the wine fest, no problem. I get it. But I'm not questioning art, or especially the importance of art in schools. Hey, we're all kids, we're all grown-ups. Art's nice. I do have a concern. Do you keep electronic records of your art exhibits, slideshows?
We have some pictures, but we do not, document by photo 100% of our exhibits.
But you'd have some. Would you have some of the, did one a while back, I got some pictures, well, kind of the varied types of artwork on display at the senior center, portraying eagles, looks like Black Lives Matter, drag queens, Smokey the Bear. Would you have any record of that art show?
Sounds like more than one art show that you just described.
Okay. Would you have some records of those?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because also, I was told by a person, and then there's information, there's a picture of a collage of pictures of a black sheep on it. That seem familiar?
No, it does not.
And what they said was, on that picture was a black sheep, and there was some writing on it, like black felt pen, and said, "Little lamb doesn't understand why everyone wants to fuck it." And there's some other pretty offensive artwork in that display, and some people were telling me about it, and they weren't happy about it. A gentleman was telling me about it, he wasn't happy about it. I'm not happy about it. I support the arts. Also, I have some concerns over that. Also, I believe you sponsored the Pony Farm, correct?
We do not sponsor them. We gave them a grant for advertising expenses.
I'd call that a sponsorship. I mean, that's money. You're sponsoring their activities, I think. I mean, I guess you're depending, maybe it's mincing words or mincing how funds are used, but if somebody gave me money, I'd call that a sponsorship. And I think you should also probably look at the Pony Farm a little bit closer, because I don't believe they have a use permit. I don't believe they have ADA facilities nor proper parking. They're up off of Pioneer Creek, up off of, where's their location? They're up near Pioneer, Red Crow Road. I went and checked out to see what it's like. One of, I guess you'd call it the artists that they had an event called the Pony Farm Spring Open House event, May 7th from 5 to 9 o'clock at the Pony Farm. And one of their performers had a little bio on him, Mr. Eden Natilla. And through a trans and neurodivergent lens, Eden explores the muck of this life, the transience, the cryptic, the magic, and utilizing the tactics of queerness, trash, and deviance to liberate. They're fascinated by communications, especially with the depersonalized, and their work is born out of conversations with trees, trash, clay, earth, and the imaginative plane. Focusing in film and sound, Eden is interested in pattern, movement cycles, and nonverbal and nonlinear communications. So that's is what it is, I guess. And also, they are sponsoring an event by a lady by the name of Michaela Tobin. And this is really something. I saw a video by this Michaela Tobin called "The White Boy Scream -thou, THOU. I would suggest you go and watch that video. I would not suggest you let your kids watch that video. But anyway, so it's just, I like art. Art can be beautiful. Art can be, sometimes there's different types of art, and people can have different opinions of art. I just think some of the stuff I'm seeing, I think maybe, Megan, you might want to look at some of the stuff that's out there a little bit. I support the arts. I'd like to see a lot of art, good art. I don't think we need to have to put stuff out that is probably offensive to a big part of our society. If people want to have private showings, whatever they want to do, I don't care. But when I'm, as a supervisor, we're giving money, or as a board, and I get people hitting me with this kind of stuff saying, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" I say, "Geez, I'm not sure. I'll look into it." And that's some of my concerns.
Thank you for sharing your concerns. Do you have a question that you want me to answer regarding those?
Yeah, why are we supporting him?
And our council supports all artists, and we're here to help people have access to the arts.
Okay, so, how do you make your decisions on what art's supported? Is it your committee, or do you make that decision?
I do not personally make those decisions, but as an art council, we are required to support all people as they engage with the arts.
So you don't look at quality of art, subject matter of art?
Art is subjective.
If it's politically motivated, or?
We do not engage in politics, so if someone produced a piece of art that was advocating for us to vote for some particular person running for an office, that would not be something we could include.
Okay, so that's what you consider political, so. But anyway, so, yeah, that's some of the things I see there. So basically, who makes a decision on what art is displayed? Do you do it? Does your committee do it? Who does that?
We have a committee of people, but we do not censor art. So if it is not explicitly political or religious, it will be showcased in our shows.
Who makes those decisions?
It's not judged because it is subjective. We don't critique the artwork.
I mean, if I bring something, or somebody, not me, let's say somebody brings something in with somebody torturing and killing animals and calls it art.
We do not display anything that is explicitly violent. And I want to address the bad word that you used on the record. That was a piece that I believe has a lot of words in it, and that word was not seen by any of us on the staff or board. And once it came to our attention, we immediately took care of that situation.
I heard there's a lot of stuff in that show that was offensive to people, but I would think if you're looking at something like that, it seemed like it was pretty front center, what I was told. So I would suggest you look at stuff a little more careful before you put up and then put your name to it.
I would be happy to go through the images I have from that show, and I'm happy to answer your questions and talk with you about it further.
I'd appreciate that.
And I appreciate you reaching out to us anytime these concerns come up to you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
You know how many people attended the, what was it called, the Pony?
I do not. That is not my organization. We simply made a grant for their advertising costs.
Okay, so that was, I mean, voluntarily, anybody could have attended that show then?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Any other board questions? No, we have a lot of people on Zoom. Supervisor Ash?
No, I'm, support the arts. I think you're doing a good job.
Anyone in the audience like to speak? Yes, if you could all state your name and sign in for the record, please. This helps our board clerk and deputy clerk keep track of things.
Yes, I'm Biljana Bojovic, and I'm independent professional cellist, composer, and teaching artist. I'm here to express my support to the Amador Arts Council, whose artistic footprint is evident everywhere you turn. When I initially met with Amador Arts, I felt heard about my musical experience, what I have to offer, but I was learning what the county needs and the many activities offered by the Amador Arts. They took note of my artistry and skills and offered to plug me in the appropriate programs. In 2019, Amador Arts hosted the recital for my students who performed on the piano, cello, or violin. The same year, there was an online training for local artists in which we were guided step by step how to create our profiles on the Amador Arts website so that artists are accessible to the community. In the spring of 2020, Amador Arts sponsored me to teach group music classes for first graders using the fire-urban approach, to host music listening seminar for all ages, as well as to give sample piano or cello lessons. And all of these were available for free to the community. Since the pandemic started, Amador Arts did not cancel my opportunity to teach, but it was encouraging to teach the classes online, which was successfully done so. Later that summer, I learned about Heart of Hope exhibit, where poets, artists, photographers, musicians exhibit their art as part of suicide and depression prevention and awareness. I participated in this exhibit, and in the fall, my music, along with the music of other local artists, was also streamed on our KVGC hometown radio. As a member of the local Serbian community, I appreciate Amador Arts for connecting us with KVGC hometown radio, which played Serbian music for Serbian Christmas and Easter in 2021. Every year, with the exception of 2020, Amador Arts coordinates TGIF concerts in the county, showcasing various local artists and bringing free concerts for the community. I will participate this year. Please come hear me at the Kennedy Mine in August. Amador Arts has also contributed to expanding the number of my music students. It all began with the son of Nettie Fox at the Amador Senior Center, as well as a few other students from our county. They also share their space for teaching my Friday students. I am really grateful and honored to share my artistic knowledge in our community and to contribute to our youth, elderly history, to our culture. And thanks to Amador Arts, I'm able to reach more people who would love to experience and grow in their art. What I have also observed, which I'm repeating some of it, are numerous art exhibitions throughout the year at the center. The fruit of their partnership with the Amador County Unified School District is evident in bringing art programs to our schools, giving opportunities to young artists who go away to college and then return and give back to our community, involving freelance artists from all arts and backgrounds in various projects. Amador Arts provides artistic lifeline to our community, and I ask that you would please support it as it greatly benefits all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else like to speak? Come on up.
Yes, hello.
Yes, I'm Dr. Pamela Sharp. I live in Plymouth. We bought our land there in 1967 and built our ranch there. And Brian helped us a number of times. I have a doctorate in art education from Stanford University. I'm an emeritus professor at Stanford. I'm a Fulbright Senior Scholar. I am a contractor with the Arts Council. I'm presently teaching 3 groups, 1 homeschool kids, 1 group of after-school kids, and 1 group of senior citizens. And we don't do art much. We talk about the nature of art. What is art? Why do I like what I like? How do I talk about what I like? Expanding ourselves as we grow older in what we really like in art. What I think is really critical for this county in our arts programs is when children and adults and senior citizens learn to be more sensitive to lines and shapes and colors and textures and all of the things that we see every day but are not aware of them. As we get more and more aware of all of these qualities that we see in the world, we do make better judgments about our own county. I know there's some places in Plymouth that we'd rather not see. And there's some places in Plymouth that we love seeing. So how do we organize what we see? How do we deal with what we don't like what we see? How do we see what we see? How do we talk about what we're seeing? There's a concept called hooked. How do we get hooked on wonderful, beautiful things? And how do we transfer that wonder that we know in art to other things too? I just want to thank the Arts Council for hiring me. I am 85 years old, and I'm still teaching, and I'm loving it, and I love what I can do for my county. Thank you.
Did you sign it, Matt? Thank you.
I taught his kid.
I felt like that was Arts 1A in college. Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jim Wise. I'm a resident of Plymouth, and I would make the observation, I think everything's been said, it's just not everybody has said it. My wife and I moved here a little over 3.5 years ago, joined the Rotary Club, and from that perspective, I was asked to chair a committee to help build out Veterans Park in the city of Plymouth, to make it both a interactive park for the citizens of our community, as well as a way to pay homage to the veterans from District 5 who have served in the armed services for our country. In that capacity, I got an opportunity to meet Supervisor Oneto, who in turn said to me that there is an individual that you need to meet at Amador Arts Council that could be of some assistance to building out Veterans Park. And that is actually how I got an opportunity to meet the Amador Arts Council and Megan. I would offer a brief observation that great societies always have enjoyed a strong support of the arts from their governments. But curiously, in the early days of humanity, empires, kingdoms, dynasties would support the arts, but only to the extent that that art reflected some type of homage or an ode to that emperor, to that government. It wasn't until the concept of a democratic government in Greece that the idea of a tragedy that could bring in all of the foibles of humanity and all of the weaknesses of government really allowed us to move away from that single approach to governmental funding for the arts and to open it up to the weaknesses and even the uncomfortableness that art can bring to shine a light on what we do. So I know it's not always really comfortable when we have the government funding the arts, but there is a rich history that is rooted in democracy and support for the arts from that concept. In this instance, what I have had an opportunity to do is to reach out to the Amador Arts Council to build our Veterans Park. And I've received some incredibly wonderful suggestions as a result of that, including outreach to our local community group to bring school children in to help not only decorate the park, but then also to assist with some type of a research so that the history of each of the service branches becomes part of that cultural, educational, and artistic interaction between our service veterans, our park, and our local schools. We are also pursuing a arts competition to bring some type of a local artist to bring an element of the history of Amador County into our park and incorporate that in as well. I know that the arts provide a great return on investment from an economic perspective. There is no way I could calculate, nor could probably any of us calculate, the return on investment for the enrichment and the enhancement and the benefit of the community at large for the underwriting, for the support that you do for the Amador Arts Council. To the extent that I could urge you to maximize that contribution, I think we would all benefit from that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
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 I am Mark Smith, sorry. I'm a resident of Sutter Creek, and I serve as the pastor at the United Methodist Church in Sutter Creek, and I own I rise to support the Amador Arts Council. I first had my first engagement with them as part of my work with the Amador County Suicide Prevention Coalition, Amador Speaks, as they were working with Amador Arts for the Heart of Hope art show, which was a very difficult art show. It is around the theme of suicide. So we know that the arts sometimes have to touch on very difficult and uncomfortable themes. There are traumatic themes that the art can touch on. It's not always going to be paintings of poppies and hillsides that we would love and prefer to see. Art is provocative, and sometimes we won't like it. But nevertheless, we know that it enriches our lives. It challenges us. I speak also from the point of view as a parent. I have 2 children who attend our sadly underfunded schools, public schools. I am a full supporter of sending our kids to be educated here in our neighborhoods. And so I can tell you that my children have been recipients of the great educational opportunities that Amador Arts shares at a great cost to them, but no cost to my kids. And so I think, you know, as we've gone through this pandemic in the last 2 years, we realized the effects of the isolation that our kids have been under. We've also learned that in so many ways they can express themselves through arts in ways that they might not have known before. Arts for my own children have been a way for them to get away from the screens that are so pervasive and always there, to move beyond just YouTube and streaming, and actually pick up a paintbrush or take a photo. And so I know for my kids, it's been a great enrichment. So I speak for them. But I also speak on for the public art shows that we've had that may be controversial at times, but I would encourage you to go and see them. They're open to the public, and I've had the chance to go and say, yes, there are sometimes I look at the art and I question it a little myself, but I don't know what was in the heart of that person that caused them or led them to express themselves in that way. All I can do is think and wonder, and I give thanks for the wonder and the curiosity that it sparks in me when I see the art that is speaking in ways that I can't. So I would encourage you to take the opportunity to go see for yourself. Finally, I just want to say thanks to the work of Megan and the Arts Council for providing ongoing entertainment. We know we've can't go to a movie sometimes if we don't have a theater, but you can go to a concert, and they were everywhere in our community, all throughout the county, and sometimes you just need a little bit of that too. So there might be some discomfort, but we also know there's a lot of good joy that we got to experience together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Soldate. I'm from Sutter Creek. I'm sure the Amador Arts Council has many good things that they provide for our county, but it had also come to my attention that there had been some highly inappropriate and offensive art placed by the council at the senior center. And I also appreciate art, but would like to let you know I don't appreciate my taxpayer dollars going to fund offensive and inappropriate displays of this nature in our county, especially in our senior center. I understand that they don't want to censor artists. However, that comment now makes me concerned about the art projects that they may be bringing into our schools. There may be good projects, but knowing what was placed at the senior center, I'm concerned with their lack of discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. Morning.
My name is Savannah Patton, and I am here in support of Amador Arts. I come from more of the theater side, performing arts. I own a dance studio in Sutter Creek over here. I've lived in Amador County since I was 7 years old, so about 20 years. I was raised and I currently live in Sutter Creek. I value Amador Arts because it gives so many great opportunities to thousands of kids and seniors every year. Having an arts council is important in every community, but I feel that it's exceptionally important in our rural community because we don't get nearly as many opportunities as the larger cities, especially when it comes to the arts. Like I said, I'm the owner of Star Dancer Studio in Sutter Creek, but I also teach dance at Amador High School. Through Amador Arts, the studio that I own has had so many performance opportunities that our kids would not usually have, and I'm really thankful for that, such as Wine Fest, Art Mix, and it was just, the kids had so much fun performing, and it just seemed to bring a lot of light back to them after not having anything to do really during COVID. A lot of sports and everything got canceled, so being able to perform again at Winefest really brought like a light back to them. The part most people aren't lucky enough to see is the impact that arts makes on the students. Sorry. And the freedom that it gives them. For many students, the arts, like theater and dance, where I come from and I see, it seems to almost, a lot of them thank the arts for saving their lives. Amador Arts gives opportunities not only for visual arts, but for performing arts as well. And I just want to thank Megan for giving us so many opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Feist, and I live in Sutter Creek. I'm a member of the Amador Vintners Association. I have a winery and a small business in Dry Town. I just wanted to start with reading the mission of the Amador Arts Council that, to me, sums up why we need to continue to fund it in one sentence. Dedicated to our mission to encourage, support, and promote the arts in our schools and community. Further on why this is so important, there's a hashtag that the Americans for the Arts nonprofit has, and it's that arts create hope, which is so true. And I think in the passion that the young woman just used to describe the effect on kids and that are so at risk for suicide now, which is just off the hook. I have 5 kids, 3 of which are graduates of Amador High and 2 that are at Sutter Creek Elementary, and just the way the culture's changed in the small time that my children has been alive is, it's scary. And I think I know the arts provide hope. Art is a crucial and integral part of students' lives. We can't stop funding it just when it makes us uncomfortable. There's beauty in art as well. It can be inspiring, but it is sometimes uncomfortable. You go and you stand at the Prado and the Guernica by Picasso, it's as big as this wall. It's deeply disturbing to see a painting of a slaughter, but it's also important. Arts also help students adapt, prosper, and thrive, resulting in positive academic, cognitive, personal, and civil outcomes. There's a study done by Americans for the Arts on the economic impact on the arts, and have some statistics from that I think are really important. Americans for the Arts is excited to announce the launch of Arts and Economic Prosperity, our 6th national study of the economic impact of the nonprofits, arts, and culture industry. This is old data, but it's even larger numbers now. In 2017, the previous study documented that the nonprofit arts and culture industry generated $166.3 billion in economic activity, spending by organizations, plus the event-related spending by their audiences, which supported 4.6 million jobs and generated $27.5 billion in government revenue. The AEP series demonstrates that an investment in the arts provides both cultural and economic benefits. I think this is significant as well for our vintners right now. As you probably are aware, we're having severe budget issues, and I've been a member of the association for 10 years. And we're promised every year, and I know we here did a ton of work, and everyone has to put us on the map, but we do continue to struggle to keep pushing forward the name of Amador in the wine industry. There's also a few more figures. Nonprofit arts and culture organizations are businesses. They employ people locally, purchase goods and services from within the community, are members of their chambers of commerce, and attract tourists to their regions. The arts drive commerce to local businesses. The arts, unlike most industries, leverage significant amounts of event-related spending by their audiences. In 2017, arts attendees spent $31 per person per event, beyond the cost of admission, on items such as meals, parking, and lodging, vital income for local businesses. Arts travelers are ideal tourists. I think this is really relevant for our Vintners Association, because one of the things that we see as our weaknesses is we don't have the things that we need to attract wine tourists in larger droves to the county. We're lacking in, you know, the kind of things that we're competing with, you know, Napa and Sonoma, and obviously that's a totally different playing field, but certainly we want to offer some of those things.
Could you try and wrap your comments up, please? You're over our time limit, and we have a lot of people that want to comment.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one last thing. Arts travelers are ideal tourists. They stay longer and spend more to seek out authentic cultural experiences. 1/3 of attendees travel from outside the county in which the activity takes place and spend an average of $48 per person. 69% say they traveled specifically to attend the activity. I just wanted to close on a really beautiful thing I just watched this morning with an interview with Margaret Mondavi, who's described as the cultural icon of the Napa Valley, and her role at the Mondavi Winery was the Vice President of Cultural Affairs. It was in talking about how Napa, as we know, is the leading wine producer, and art inspires. With fine arts, music, fashion, and culinary art, Napa Valley has become a showplace for artists, chefs, and great winemakers. The arts have transformed the Napa Valley and enhanced the appreciation of wine. It's become a worldlier place and a place of beautiful hospitality. I think there's so much hope for Amador County and the beauty and the quality of the wines here, and the arts are really intrinsic, and your support of them is as well, and our economic prosperity.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Beth Barnard. I've been a resident of Pioneer since 1977. Some of you will recognize me from being at the Ledger Dispatch for 30 years. Some of you will recognize me from my decades of artistic work with the Volcano Theater Company, Main Street Theater Works, and currently I am the artistic director at Baker Street West and for the Baker Street Players. I am also past president of the board of directors for the Amador County Arts Council and was pivotal in getting Wine Fest started. And we also brought to our students and to the public the production of Goldfire, which is a play that brought to light the Argonaut mine disaster, which is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year, but we did that a few years ago when I was younger. Currently, I am getting ready to start a summer theater program with kids at Baker Street West, working with Megan O'Keefe as one of our instructors to not only enhance the arts for young people this summer, but also to involve them in literature of the Victorian age. Over the years, I have been involved with things with the Arts Council and seen directly how it affects children. Specifically with theater and watching kids change, to grow, to gain self-confidence, to be able to be a team player, to speak eloquently without stuttering or stammering, and to have that self-confidence. Worked with quite a few young people that are on the spectrum and watched them grow and change and fit into society and be a part of a viable community. I think all of us in this room can say that we are a musician or an appreciator of music, or maybe we'd like to learn that guitar. All of us can say that we appreciate a wonderful painting. Perhaps we can pick up that paintbrush and make that painting real. Some of us would like to say that we're an actor or a comedian or some participant of the arts, but we need a class to get to that point and a way to do that. And the conduit to doing that and improving our society from an artistic perspective is the Amador County Arts Council, and I ask you to continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, I think this young lady over here was next. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Millie Butler.
Morning.
I'm a retired teacher, 35 years in Amador County. I'm a resident of Jackson and the county for 40 years, over 40 years. I would just like to say a couple of things about my experience teaching kids and using art with my lessons. I started as a sixth grade teacher, and I taught primarily language arts and social science, but my background was art, so I always tried to put art into my lessons, and I was amazed while I was teaching that I could see such a connection between the writing process and the arts process. And I could see how communication was really important for kids to be able to experience both of those modalities of learning. So as an elementary teacher, I also became involved in the Visual and Performing Arts Committee in the county, and I work with a lot of the people that you've already heard speak. During that time, funding was always a huge issue, and we eventually lost funding. We had Artists in the Schools funding. We were able to bring a lot of programs into the schools. That's starting to be continued now, but we always struggled with funding and ended up starting the Amador Schools Arts Foundation, and eventually I ended up teaching in high school, and I became one of the directors of Amador Arts too, where I especially was involved in Taste of the Arts, which is a Saturday classes for adults and junior high and high school kids to experience little art activities. I also did a lot of work with the Wine Fest and curated and collected the art for the art auction at Wine Fest for years. So I appreciate your support of Amador Arts, and I hope that you realize that much of the funding that we get is matching funds. So any help that the local entities can give to help fund Amador Arts' programs is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, Lois McDonald, I live in Jackson, and I would like to talk a little bit about the Amador Art. I'm sure they're a wonderful organization, and I love it that they teach the children arts. I just think that they should be held to a certain level of well, let me put it this way. It was once a question was asked, how do you know if something is pornographic? And the answer is, well, you just know it when you see it. And so how do you know if something is filth? You know it when you see it. And so the description of some of the art that was hung up in the up at the senior center, I would describe it that way. And I think that that should not be supported by our taxpayers' money. And that we should make sure that we have a certain standard that is held. And so that's, that was one thing I wanted to say. The other was that they claim they hire local artists. I just don't think these artists are local. I don't know if you've seen this. I just doubt they're from our community. And so I think that standard should be adhered to if they were spending our money. Otherwise, I think that, the Amador Council is great, but they should be held to a certain standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jamie Lebanco, District 5, Fiddletown resident since 1972. I was born here, so 50 years almost, which is hard to believe. I was coming to speak to you as a parent of 3 artists, and my kids were all exposed to the arts really because they had the good fortune of attending Plymouth Elementary, where both Mr. Bruce Pachanti and Miss Tony Lindy were teachers. So they both spoke to you today as members of the Arts Council. My kids' art is framed on my walls of my home from their various projects from kindergarten through, there's this one series through the 4th grade, and I have every single one of their pieces in the 4th grade. It's pretty incredible. My daughter is a on-point ballerina, and she is one of the most poised young women you'll ever meet. And I can't take credit for that. I give the credit of 14 years of dance education in Amador County to that. My son Johnny is a pianist. He typically likes to sing and play piano that will help you sing along in a bar, but he is a pianist from this community. And my son Michael is quite a talented singer, but he only sings in the shower. I just wanted to tell you that the arts have been incredibly important to raising kids in a small town, and having any exposure to the arts has been a challenge, and we have embraced it every opportunity that we have had. I'd also like to mention that we have conversations often right now about bringing doctors and entrepreneurs and, you know, improving the economy of Amador County and improving our access to a lot of different resources that we're lacking. And I know that young doctors, for example, are going to move to communities where they have arts, recreation, you know, the natural beauty of our community. All of those things have to be present to recruit people to our community to fill in some of these gaps. And so I would encourage you to make sure that we continue to fund the arts as part of that vision. Thank you.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
Morning. My name is Dave Holub. I'm a local musician. I've been playing music almost all my life, and I'm here to just bring some support to the Amador County Arts Council. Grew up in the Santa Clara Valley, and both my wife and I moved here 30 years ago. Played music almost all my life. Most of my teachers were from Juilliard in New York, and I now share that talent with the world in playing music and being hired by the Amador County Arts Council to do public events and private events. We have a daughter, Kelly. She is now, was born almost in this spot in 1991, and she graduated with honors at Argonaut High School, was a salutatorian, went on to now finishing up her doctor's degree at the University of Chicago in arts and also in ancient Christian religion. Some of the things that she is doing now as her finishing up her thesis papers and stuff are working on 3,500-year-old papyrus scrolls that are art, and they're also all in Greek. So he has to transform what this information is about. This comes from arts, and we want to continue to support everything we can. My background in playing music over the last 10 years has had the opportunity for me to venture out into other places. We've been hired by the San Jose Sharks 3 times for huge events in San Jose on the ice, raising $375,000. I played 4 times for the San Francisco Giants, and also had the great opportunity of being able to do the national anthem in front of 43,000 people. I've opened up for Jimmy Buffett in Sacramento when he came just a couple of years ago. All this is involved with arts. And when Megan hires us, the band that I'm playing with right now called Primitivo, our job is to bring joy to people. And living in Amador County, I love living in Amador County. We travel outside of Amador frequently, but we always love coming back and bringing back with us the love that we've seen and how to share it with the people here. The Arts Council gives an opportunity for young people and older folks to enrich their skills in the music and the arts and share their talents with the community here in Amador County. I do support the work that is being done by the Amador County Arts Council, and I do hope that your continued support can enrich the lives of the young people and continuing to provide classes and supplies to bring their talents to life. You can see our band this Friday night for the first event for this year for the Amador County Arts Council. We hope to see you at Terra del Oro this Friday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, our board. Pleasure to be here talking to you. I don't think anybody's here to condemn the Amador Arts Council. I think we all see the benefit of having it. I think we all want to see it stay and get better. My personal background in art is not a lot. I like to do a lot of craft at home. Some of it's kind of goofy, yard art and things like that. But I get the feeling. I understand the whole idea of being able to express ourselves. My sister is a lifelong, very highly accomplished artist, and her recent husband, Gendron Jensen, is quite famous. Their home is between Santa Fe and Taos, and I've had discussions over the years. Politically, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum, but this discussion of her art and their art always brings our family together closer. So I see all the benefits. I don't think the issue today is all about whether we should support the Amador Arts Council. I think you should. I'm not sure how much, but Brian had the gumption to bring up some examples of where art gets a little bit out of line. And there are going to be times where it offends people. And it might offend a few, or it might offend a lot. And I think when we get into sections of the art where it really offends a lot of people, especially a lot of taxpayers, including mine, I think you ought to have the ability to use your discretion as the governance of I'm from Orange County, of Amador County, and put some limitations on what they're allowed to do with our money. Megan made a point that all the money that they've been given so far has been used for elementary education, and that's great. As long as the content is appropriate, I'm all for that. So I would just implore the board to do whatever is necessary to make sure that we're not abusing our funds, that the money that we give them is used for the good of the majority of people. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Can we not have any comments from the public, please? It should be made at the podium.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Amy Champ, and I think most of you at the board know who I am. I'm a parent in Plymouth, and I also teach in the Amador County schools as a substitute teacher. And I have a PhD in performance studies from the UC Davis Department of Theater and Dance. The other part of my PhD comes from religious studies, and as I sat there thinking about this controversy that's come up, the arts do two things. One thing can be very magical, and it reminds me of something that I learned about in Hinduism. In Hinduism, there's a concept that a tree or a rock or almost anything in the natural world can be something called a tirtha, which is an opening to a spiritual experience. And the arts are very often like an opening to an experience. everyone is going to have a different experience of that art piece, but you're guaranteed to take a journey. And it's often magical, right? We know the experience of listening to music or watching a beautiful dance form and what it does to our heart and our mind. It takes us somewhere that normal speech cannot do. And the other important part of, I think, understanding what art is that it's an expression explicitly. So the foundation of my discipline was spoken by a professor at UC Berkeley who talked about speech acts. So every time we speak, not only is it the words that we're using, but it's also the agenda or the driving force or perhaps some subtleties around what is behind the words that we are saying, right? And I think that Amador County is a place where we talk a lot about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Specifically, we hear a lot about, for example, the Second Amendment in Amador County and the importance of being able to bear arms. The First Amendment of the Bill of Rights refers to freedom of expression. And I think that it is undeniable that it is a given right. It is a human right. It is an American right. And therefore, I think any even discussion of the content of the art that we are funding as a public could lead us down a slippery slope to a violation of the Bill of Rights. It is not my right to say what kind of gun you own or how many, and it is not your right to tell me what to say in my poetry, regardless of where I put it. It could be in the paper. The Supreme Court has a long list of cases regarding freedom of expression. It is upheld, except for the case where one may be inciting violence. If there's a direct incitement of violence, then we could say that it is not allowable under freedom of expression. So I would caution the board against any type of commenting on the art because you're violating people's constitutional rights. And I want to stand up in support of the Arts Council and specifically the Pony Farm. The Pony Farm is a new entity in the county which is bringing together farming and arts and residencies. And I'm not standing up in support of their permits. If they're listening, please make sure that your permits are in order. I don't know the status of those. However, I think it's very important to encourage new people, and I stand highly against what the person said of people from outside of our community being supported or coming here. We want people from outside our community to come here. We want this to be a place that is exciting and diverse and interesting. Do you understand that people get bored? People get bored of seeing the same bands. I have spoken in the past in support of the Arts Council because my daughter is a violinist, and we lost one of our violin teachers to cancer who had a strings group, and we are now lacking an orchestra in Amador County. We are lacking many things in Amador County. We're very lucky for Volcano Theater and the caliber of theater that upholds, but we do not have a performing arts center here. We have to go to Folsom for that. We do not have many things here, so we want these artists to come here. We also want, let me wrap up, we want those artists to be role models for our students. Our age is used to something different. The kids that are coming up today, I can tell you because I'm in the schools every day, they're going through a lot of different things. They are transitioning. Dozens of them are choosing new genders. It is a thing. We can't stop it. It's happening. It's new. It's a thing. It's their identity. If they don't have anyone to look up to, they're going to be more prone to self-harm and suicide and those types of things. So let's encourage diversity, let's encourage expression, and let's not try to squash it down. That is my comment. I thank you for your opportunity and your time.
Thank you. I would ask future speakers to not go beyond 3 minutes, or I'm going to be cutting you off, because we do have other business to take care of. And I know we have a lot of speakers on Zoom also.
I'm Marlene Fowler. I've raised 12 kids in this county. We moved up here to Ione in, 89? I'll be brief. I think that there's a lot of great things that have already been brought up. I'm not going to review any of that. Like I'm sold. You guys sold me. I've had children here, and, you know, but I do want to say, though, that our society is shifting and changing. I know that you guys are asking for funding, but I'm going to say that people are becoming more and more involved. And I think that when people come and see this different types of artwork, I think people are going to be more outspoken when they're offended. And I think that's going to hurt your cause. And school board meetings, people are getting more involved. And I'm going to say, I predict people will get more involved as they see the styles of artwork. I think that you're making a mistake by offending people with some of your artwork. But I do think it's a worthy cause. I think you guys do a lot of wonderful, great things. I think you're great people. You have the best of intentions, but I think you're going to hurt your cause with some of your more controversial pieces. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak?
Hi, my name's Amy Waters-White. I'm going to be really quick. I just really think that it's important to support the arts. Our kids have been hit the hardest, I think, with COVID in the past few years, and I think it's a small amount of money to invest in our children, and I think that's our biggest priority right now, is to be investing in our children, and all the work that the arts does with the art classes in elementary, I think is huge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, come on up. Morning.
Morning, Mark Bennett. I've been involved in the arts my entire life, starting with my grandmother, who was an art student, looking at her sketchbooks long before I could read. Later, helping my brother when he was in art school. In high school, I was very much involved with the art community, going to gallery openings and art films. Later, that led to some time in New York City, where I stayed with an artist who was good enough to be working on restoring a Raphael Madonna and Child. Also at that time, I ended up going to a party with some of Andy Warhol's crazy people. So I know the art world. Later in life, I got involved in theater, film, and photography myself, with my own work, including some published photographs. And of course, in grad school in city planning, I studied design with actually a world-renowned urban designer. Later, I was involved in renovating buildings, doing a kind of interior design, and I employed mostly artists between grants for work. And later, I was married to a well-known artist that probably everyone in this room has seen her work. And later, I taught art history on the college level, and I collect art myself. I have a very interesting collection. I'm mentioning all that to say that I believe in freedom and artistic freedom, and a lot of interesting things have been said, but they all ignored one key point. Freedom involves responsibility. Without responsibility, there is not freedom. and the pony farm violated that sense of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm thrilled to be here today. My name's Laura Burgess, and I live in Pioneer. I obviously am here to support the Amador Arts Council, and I think one thing that gets glossed over is the most important thing that this council does, is they bring art without discrimination to children in some of the most rural areas in our entire state, and that is a crucial and central part of their mission, and that is where every single penny of every single dollar that taxpayers in this community contribute, it goes directly to those children. And that, I think, is just so important, and it's with that in my heart I would encourage you to renew or deepen your support for this organization. Thank you.
Ms. Burgess, one question. When you said discrimination, do you mean?
Oh, I didn't say discrimination. Like they give it to the schools.
So,
no.
You're not saying, you're not looking where they do oversight art. You're just looking like all the kids get opportunity to do art.
The kids get the chance to do art in their school when they might not get it in another part of their lives.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Good morning.
Morning. My name is Ray Belzner. I'm a recent transplant to Amador County. I moved here about a year and a half ago from San Francisco. I'm an artist. I'm an educator. I ran an art fair for many years. I taught for 20 years in San Francisco. I taught both kids and adults. And I just wanted to add my voice to the support for Amador Arts. I think you should continue to support them and increase your contribution to them if you can. It's all been said here. The arts are important. They return an enormous amount of benefits to communities, both economically and spiritually and culturally. And there's not much more to say other than, you know, all art will offend somebody, sometime, somewhere. I personally am offended by a lot of art I see. I've traveled all over the world looking at art. There's a lot of art I do not like, I'm offended by, or I do not want to see, so I simply don't look at it. I don't ask for it to be censored. I don't ask for it to be defunded. Freedom of expression is freedom of expression. Once we start to parse what we are allowed to say and do and show and look at, we're going down a slippery slope. So, and the other point being here that many people have also made is that these exhibitions that seem to be controversial that Amador Arts has participated in are a tiny portion of what they do. What they mostly do is bring culture and education to young people in this community, which I should think would be very non-controversial. So please continue to support the arts. Thank you.
What was your name again? I didn't quite catch.
Ray Beltner, and I live in Sutter Creek.
Ray Beltner?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from anyone in the audience? Mr. Hopkins, I think you're the only one that hasn't spoken just now. Are you coming to sign in, Mark?
Yeah, I forgot to sign in, and I would just like to answer that gentleman.
Well, I'd like not to have a debate on it, please.
Okay.
Okay. How many do we have on Zoom?
14.
Okay. Any board members need a break before we? Yes, I have a request for board members to go to a break. Unfortunately, you're all going to have to endure. We're going to recess, and then we're going to come back and go into our 10:30 scheduled public hearing, and then come back to the arts discussion. So with that, we'll take a brief break. Board members, let's try to get back here just a little bit after 11 o'clock. operations MACOs throughout the county of Amador. And the suggested action is to waive the first reading of the ordinance. I want to thank you, Michelle, for bringing this forward. We talked about it, and a pilot seemed like a sensible way to do it, since there was some concern about this getting out of control.
Absolutely, yeah. Sorry to interrupt the other discussion, though.
Oh, you're not interrupting.
Anyways, good morning, Chairman Forrester and members of the board. I am Michelle Opalenik, Director of Amador County Environmental Health. As we discussed back in February when I was here last, Assembly Bill 626 established the microenterprise home kitchen as a new type of food facility and established it in the California Retail Food Code. And I provided the board with a brief introduction to what we call MICOs in February of 2022. So the County Board of Supervisors has the authority to authorize a local microenterprise home kitchen program for the whole county. And today I present to you a draft ordinance that authorizes a one-year pilot MICO program. The ordinance incorporates by reference applicable sections of the California Retail Food Code. If a pilot MICO program is adopted by ordinance, the board would be authorizing MICOs for both the unincorporated part of the county as well as the 5 incorporated cities. And proposed MICOs will be required to obtain operating permit from our department. And I included, just for your information, a draft package that we're working on developing for those proposed MICOs. And they would be subject to all the requirements of the California Retail Food Code. MICOs will be allowed to prepare a certain limited number of meals and sell directly to consumers. They can do pickup, delivery, or consumption of diners on site. Furthermore, the MICO, if permitted, would be a use of a residential property. It's an allowed use for zoning purposes. It does not constitute a change of occupancy for zoning purposes. Finally, the proposed ordinance contains provisions for MICOs that are on private wells or septic systems. We did address those issues because those weren't specifically addressed in the California Retail Food Code, so it gave us some room to address those ourselves. After 1 year, the Amador County Board of Supervisors may extend or expand the MICO program and allow the program to simply sunset. And at that point, I would come back in a year and we would discuss how it went, how's it going, what kind of complaints are we receiving. You, by that point, might have some feedback as well. So that would be the purpose of that, kind of coming back in a year. So the recommendation today from staff would be to waive the first reading of the ordinance and calendar the item for adoption on consent on June 14th at the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Are there any questions?
The wells, how do we what is that process? Because I had a whole bunch of people upset when the county got out of dealing with the wells.
Yes.
For restaurants and.
It's a great question. These would not be considered public water systems simply because they just simply don't serve enough people. So we would do what we do with our small cottage food and some of our smaller water systems, bed and breakfasts that don't meet the criteria of a public water system, meaning state oversight, but would stay within the local purview. And so we would manage them like we do our cottage food and some of our B&Bs that are on wells. So they have to meet the criteria of a small public water system in terms of quality, but not all the hurdles that you would see if you were working with the state. Does that make sense? So we would develop a system for some initial monitoring for bacteria, probably nitrates, maybe some other chemicals, and then some limited ongoing monitoring of some of those acute, again, probably nitrates and coliform. So we'll kind of work on that and develop the least restrictive as that we can.
Right, but who's going to be doing the inspection? You?
Yes.
Your department then?
Yes. Yes, we would come and we would not only inspect the kitchen annually, but we would also at that point make sure the water quality is up to date, and if they were having issues with their water quality, we would be there to help them with technical support. We hope the most stay on public water and sewer.
It'd be a lot simpler. No, it looks like they have an initial test and then a yearly test.
That's kind of how, I'm going to try to model it probably after what we do for cottage food. It looks like the counties have taken different tacks. Some go the full quarterly back teeth, annual nitrate. It looks like some have gone to annual for both. So I think if I have that discretion, I'm going to keep it as simple as I can.
Simple.
It's just so hard to track. These guys are going to, we have a lot of little systems that are hard to track. So it's something.
Well, in reality, if people have a house, a lot of times some people entertain a lot, and they'd probably have more people come to their single family home than a MICO would.
We recognize that, absolutely. Like I said, we'll cross those bridges. Always the concern is what if there's a problem? So we just have to address those as they come up.
I like that it's a one-year timeframe, but to see how it works.
Yeah, no, I think it was a great guidance.
One concern I have a little bit, I don't think it'd be a problem, could be parking maybe.
You know, there's some of the other counties that, and I know San Diego's giant compared to us, but they've been a wonderful mentor to me as they did the similar thing. They're gonna do a pilot for, I think it's a year, but they're doing a lot more. They're a much bigger county. But yes, some of the issues they're gonna monitor be traffic, parking, noise, smoke, if they're doing barbecues, things like that, trash. So those will all be the things that we would try to keep track of over the next couple of years. Next year, it would be complaints to that regard. So those are all potential concerns in a neighborhood setting, I think.
In the parking aspect, you know, there's a lot of areas that don't have any parking alongside the road, that's only in the driveways. So how are we gonna handle that portion of it?
That's the concern, and that's when some of the concerns with the program as a whole is that it's an allowed residential use, and so that will be a challenge if they're gonna have people coming and picking up food and not. So that would be something that we'd be mindful of, but unfortunately, there's no criteria by which to prevent an operation of a MECO based on simply the fact they don't have parking.
I think you have the ability to take that into consideration when you get the permit. If there's no parking and it looks like it's gonna be problematic, then they probably should not get a permit.
Okay.
And the other thing is, when we talked about this, you, raised concerns about the time this was going to take to implement and run this program. So in the pilot, we talked about even keeping the number limited to how many we could.
So the suggestion I was given was to go with 2. I know some counties have done, you know, 1 per district as another alternative, you know, so that every district gets a feel for how it's working. Right now, it's written as a pilot program for 2 total at any given moment. So if someone comes and starts and quits, I would allow someone else to come in. It wouldn't be, you get 2 to start and that's it. So that's how I would try to do it. And just to speak to you, I might have to talk to council, because I think that's been some of the concerns about the program, is I don't think we have the authority to deny a permit based on nuisance type parking and things like that. The way it's written is you have to accept the whole package, and the only thing you can address locally are things that aren't addressed, like sewage and in my purview.
Do we have the ability to put limitations on giving permits based on inadequacy of parking or other things?
I'd have to look, but my first reaction is no, because it's the state. You basically have the right to opt into the state law that regulates MECOs, and so you don't have to allow them, but if you allow them the way the state law has developed it.
Oh, what question? Oh, you done, Richard? Or is that Jeff?
Well,
Want to
then
make sure
we put
I think we need to shake out probably.
Right now it says after 1 year. Could we even put a smaller time frame on it then?
Well, yeah, but you might not get a good indication of what the impacts are after that short of a time period.
Or we may get too much of a, we'd have to wait a year to bring it back then?
Yes.
See, that's my
Well, I mean, if there are problems, if there are nuisance problems, you can address them. If they're violating other rules, parking where there's no parking allowed, things like that, you can address it, but.
Yes, I just don't want to create problems and not have the avenue to remediate those.
And that's what some of my concerns
Those permits can be modified, suspended, or revoked.
Right.
Yeah, under D, I saw that, but,
yeah, but
based on the California Food Retail Code.
And the code is so clear, and then that's when, like I said, some of the other counties brought it to their communities, and the cities especially were like, no, because it kind of preempts and says, you have to treat this like any other home. It can't be treated, you can't put on use permit conditions, you can't put any planning condition on it. So to me, parking kind of falls into that, where you have a right to have a party and have friends over, and that's what it's treated as. So I just think that is important to mention that. It doesn't give us much discretion. Food safety, yes, so that's where some of that, if they're not being safe, and we have some idea that we're getting people sick, that's where it gives me some ability to revoke. And
Greg, I'm not quite finished yet. Greg, can we then, on a time frame, can we make it 6 months with like a home purchase or some, an option for an additional 6 months?
You can just make it 6 months and then come back and extend it.
I'd rather do that, just to be risk averse, and because you had already raised those concerns. I'd rather make it 6 months, and if we have an onslaught of people showing up wanting to do it, then, we can assess it much quicker.
Okay.
Michelle,
Mm-hmm.
did we notify all the, like, city managers that we're doing this? Because it's very likely this is gonna happen in the cities, and apparently what we're passing would provide people to do that in their jurisdiction.
Correct. My understanding is that's a conversation that Chuck Eiley had with all the cities. I personally haven't reached out to them other than through the public notice.
He had that conversation with the city managers, and they all resoundingly said, no.
No, yes.
It did?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
And our first, we have one,
Right.
we have one NECO operation who, Christy, who brought this all forward, she's our first official request to be one of our pilots, and she's in the city of Ione.
Yeah, and I hope it's only gonna be a couple that do it so we can assess it, but you just don't know at this point.
Right, and right now we just have a limit of 2, so the impacts will be low. It doesn't give us a real, like, I think like Greg had mentioned, it's not gonna give us a real sense of all the possible pitfalls, but I did write into the ordinance so that we will notify the city prior to issuing a permit, at least FYI, that we have this operation being proposed. There's not much they can unfortunately do to stop it once it's passed, but.
Now, what is the cost that we're kind of estimating for somebody to do this, to start something that's for, you know, if we're limiting to 6 months, cost recovery?
Well, as per the retail food code, Supervisor Brown, there's very little they have to do in terms of facility improvements. It's a lot of exemptions more than anything from all the food code requirements. It's more a matter of, we're not too worried about 3-compartment sinks or surfaces as long as they're cleanable, as long as you have the ability to bleach your dishes. I think it's really designed for the home kitchen. So unless their kitchen's a disaster,
If Ione Elementary School is allowed to operate with cockroaches right now, I think most homes are probably cleaners, so. And by 6 months, I'm saying if they have to invest anything, if it's going well, we grant an additional 6 months. If it's problematic, we can react sooner rather than later.
Do we need to come back another time, or can we make that change? How does that work? My first ordinance.
So if you make the changes to the ordinance specifically today, then you can put it over and have it adopted at the next meeting. If you want, if you give direction for changes and then want a new draft to come back, then that'll just move the time back. You'll have to reintroduce the amended ordinance and then put it over. But you won't have to you won't have to redo the public hearing. Just.
Okay. Any other comments from board members?
Yeah, I've had one for a fair while. Question, Greg, so a pilot program, it's 6 months or 1 year, whatever we do. If for some reason we don't like it, the existing MECOs would be gone.
That's correct. Yeah, their permit will expire. So you'll have to amend that provision as well. So when you review the pilot and when it will expire. So if you review it at 6 months, then maybe, you know, it would expire. The reason there's a little lag there is because we would have to amend the ordinance. And so that's gonna take a little bit of time, you know, at least 2 meetings, assuming we have the ordinance ready to go. Another notice to the paper. So we just tried to build in a little time. So if you, at 6 months, if you review it, you probably need, you know, a few months to get an ordinance done, because you have to have 2 hearings, and then an ordinance is effective 30 days after you adopt it.
Would the language of the maximum of 2 permits have to be modified?
Only if you want to.
Well, I thought you said by the state, law on this, there is no, restriction.
No, I wasn't talking in terms of like adding, you have to prove that you have X amount of parking spaces. You have to prove all of those other things. I don't think you can add those kind of conditions. Those are like use permit type conditions. But you can put a cap on the number of permits.
Seems to me there's precedent for that, even though you're right. I mean, you could read it as you can't, it's all or nothing, but it seems like several, the models we're using from other counties have all started out with a limited number.
Then we're probably okay with a year then. I mean, if it's, we're only talking about 2.
Right. I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm gonna open the public hearing at this time now. Is there any public comments? Anyone on Zoom?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Moved and second to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Now a motion on this, the action on this item.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to, waive the first reading of the proposed ordinance and call the item for adoption to June 14th, 2022, a regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And this is authorizing a pilot program to permit micro enterprise home kitchen operations, MECOs throughout the county of Amador.
For 6 months?
1 year, I think.
No, that's fine. Being that it's only 2. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Michelle, thanks for getting this done. I think it's worth trying and, seeing if we can help people. You know, it might help people to make a little more income, especially in these times, so.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, we are going to go back to our previous agenda item that we were still in discussion, and we were ready to go to the comment on Zoom. This is the Amador Arts Council item, and let's take comment on Zoom.
Go ahead, Liz, whenever you're ready.
If you could please say your name when you start.
My name is Liz Granser. Can you hear me? Fine.
Yes.
My name is Liz Granser, and I am the owner and founder of the Pony Farm. So I would just like to take a moment to comment on all of the statements made. So I'll try and keep it brief because I'm sure this won't be the last conversation that we have, especially with Mr. Oneto. First of all, I am a UCLA graduate and a lifetime member of the National Society of Collegiate Scholars. We are also, we have just been rated by the California Arts Council. We were given a 5 out of 6 as far as efficacy, and we were awarded funding for our program. And I just want to kind of address the concept of a false authority here. And talk about the work that has been shown here on the farm. There were problems talked about with Michaela Tobin. I just want to mention that Michaela Tobin is a professor at the California Arts, and she also is a awardee of the MAP Fund. So, you know, I don't know why you would consider her work, which deals with the Filipino diaspora, inappropriate, but there is no nudity or violence in her work. Along with Eden Nutila, who is an official select of the San Francisco Transgender Film Festival. I would also like to mention that Mr. Oneto was not at our opening. He has never stepped foot on our property, so he cannot speak from experience. Eden's work, the actual physical work that was shown, was a selection of abstract paintings, so non-mimetic paintings, which means there was no representation of any form, just abstract, and then video art showing trees. So the fact that this is being talked about as inappropriate makes me feel like what is inappropriate is, for Mr. Oneto, is Eden's existence as a trans person. And that is just really a disappointing thing to hear in a county meeting. You know, there has been no nudity shown on the property. There's been nothing violent. And we do have a lot of community support up in Pioneer where we exist. And we are the only contemporary space for art. And I would just like to, again, point out that there is a difference between contemporary art, fine art, and craft. So this is not art made to be put on your wall. This is art that would be going in a museum. And as far as authorities in the arts, we have been given plenty of recognition and enthusiasm. And there was also one other comment that I would like to point out where someone said, you know, it's filth by just looking at it, which is absolutely not true. That is a false statement about art. Nudity has never really been a problem in contemporary art. I'm sure we've all seen the Venus de Milo. I'm sure we've all seen Renaissance paintings of exposed breasts. So, and we haven't even had that here. So again, it's just a little alarming to hear people call us out on that, especially when no one has actually been to our events.
I
And
need you to wrap your comments up, ma'am.
all right, yeah, so that was definitely not 3 minutes, but we will continue this conversation, and I encourage anyone who does not know what we stand for and what we're trying to do here at the farm to look us up online or make direct contact with me, Liz Gransert, and you will be seeing more art like this throughout the county, because we will not be censoring our artists outside of work that is harmful. And it is kind of offensive, again, when you come for a trans artist who is merely existing, and when you go into downtown Jackson, there is Nazi paraphernalia being sold in the bookstore. So I just, I look forward to continuing this conversation, specifically also with Mr. Oneto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I make Liz Granberg? Is it?
Branford.
Cranford?
Branford.
Okay. I would like to make her an offer, with your indulgence, that.
Well, you could meet with her personally.
When we have a video of Michaela Tobin, what's it called? Let's see here. White Boy Scream Thou? I mean, we could play it for the audience if you'd like.
We're not going to play any videos today. We already agreed the videos were super weird, but that's in our opinion, okay? Can we take the next caller on Zoom?
Fair enough, but I just want to make that offer to her.
Claire, go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Claire Gunzelman in Sutter Creek. I'm on the Sutter Creek City Council. I'm on the board of the Sutter Creek Community Benefit Foundation. I coach multiple sports. I chair the kids, Sutter Creek Kids Cub Scouts. And of all of the numerous activities I have in the community, my very favorite is volunteering in my kids' classroom. I have 3 kids in Sutter Creek schools. Everybody, a lot of people have spoken about the Arts Council supporting the kids' art in schools. I just wanted to point out that at Sutter Creek Elementary this last year, all of the art curriculum was provided by Amador Arts. In previous years, the PTO was able to hire an art teacher, but unfortunately, due to COVID, the PTO program was completely wiped out. The Amador Arts curriculum is extremely rich, and they align it to the grade levels. And as a classroom volunteer for many years, I can testify that the art lessons are a unique moment when all of the kids enjoy participating at the very same level, regardless of their academic progress, their social comfort, or their access to other extracurricular programs. This year, Amador Arts held a student showcase at the Senior Center. They had art from K through 12 students all over the county. And all 4 of my kids' grandparents attended and were blown away specifically by 2 things. First, the excitement of the kids showing off their talent. After losing 2 years of open houses, pride assemblies, and student performances, the showcase really filled a void. And I think it was a void some of us didn't realize we missed. And second, none of the grandparents, all longtime Amador residents, taxpayers, and deeply involved in the community, had the faintest clue that their grandkids' entire art education was funded not through the school budget, but through Amador Arts. I would also like to say, outside of the classroom, that my husband and I are both born and raised here, Amador High School graduates, and we made a pretty easy decision to raise our kids here. And while the benefits of growing up in the county are many and deeply valued in our family, we acknowledge the pitfalls. And we have to be intentional to expose our kids to the enrichment of culture and diversity that isn't prevalent in a rural setting. And thanks to Amador Arts, we don't have to go far. We don't have to go to the city for those experiences. And I just want to thank Amador Arts for the opportunities.
Thank you. Next up.
Ms. Anderson, go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, my name's Jennifer Anderson, and I'm a resident of Pine Grove. I have grown up here in Amador County for, 25 years. the Amador Arts Council and what they provide as a whole has more benefits for the youth of Amador County, the aging group in Amador County, all of its residents. There is a benefit that Amador Arts Council has provided, and I support them. And I hope that you would support them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Hurtado.
Hello there. My name is Joshua Hurtado. I'm a part of Out for Mental Health, and I volunteer when I can for the Amador Arts Council. Currently, I'm teaching meditation classes in mindfulness through drawing Enzo circles. It's something that has really helped me out through COVID, and it's an amazing opportunity for children, for anybody, especially through COVID. And that's been really possible through the efforts of our current Amador Arts Council. A little more about my personal self. I have maybe spent almost about 2 years in this county. I've recently moved back from not being here for about 6 years because I thought that this place, I had complications, coming out when I was a kid. So I really thought about just leaving this place and never coming back. And because of the efforts of art councils and a lot of the other amazing LGBT organizations in the area, I've been able to feel welcomed again, to have a place at the table, to have a place at this wonderful community that we make here. The efforts, are a big part of Megan and just Megan's tireless and, dedication to making sure that everybody has a voice, everybody belongs here, and that everybody is free to express who they are. I think that it's important that we don't restrict these voices, because these people are going to have these feelings anyway, and it's so important that we have these outlets, that we have these ways to communicate through art, because without it, there's a lot of damage that can happen without those expressions. Sorry. I guess if there's anything else worth me saying is that I have found community here that a long time ago I thought I wouldn't be able to find, and that it's important to keep that energy growing and that momentum going, because we really have a potential to grow something amazing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Scott Allen. I live in Sutter Creek. I was born and raised here. I live here with my wonderful wife and son. Thank you for letting me speak. I first wanted to express my support for the Amador Arts Council, as well as support for its funding. I also want to address the work the council does in schools, and a previous speaker had mentioned this. And this year, our primary and elementary school in Sutter Creek have no art teacher. The only art students got was from the Arts Council. And another thing I wanted to mention was that the point of art isn't to protect someone's sensibilities. It's subjective. If you see a piece of art, whether it's a song or a painting that you find offensive, you're free to ignore it. Or you can engage your critical thinking skills and or the critical thinking skills of your child to discuss what that art means and use it as a moment to teach and a moment to learn. Or maybe create your own art in response to that. If you're offended, that's your right. But if your response is to use your personal offense as a weapon to censor art you disagree with, then I invite you to crawl back into your sheltered bubble so that your delicate sensibilities are never harmed again. Don't listen to music or go to a museum, please, because what you hear or see might offend you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lottie.
Oh, thank you. My name is Lottie Tone. I'm a retired teacher. I live in Sutter Creek. I taught in Sutter Creek schools for 22 years. And so, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, yes, go ahead.
Okay. And Claire and Scott, previous speakers, already covered what I was going to say about the arts in the school. But I also wanted to add, censorship of art is a backward and very dangerous idea. And I wanted to thank also Josh Hurtado for speaking up. That's a courageous move to make, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Polskamp.
Hello, good morning. This is Mike Polskamp. I live outside of Ione down in Comanche. I am a member of a 4-generation family here in Amador County. I'm a landowner, taxpayer, and I actually work professionally in the arts. All of my income that I bring out here comes from my work in the arts. The arts are not a hobby. They're not an extra that's added on. They are a livelihood, among other things. They can be those other things, but in my case, all of the money that I make is through the arts. I spend a lot of that money here, and I have 2 properties that I pay property tax on here. I absolutely support any untethered art supplies, art support for the community. Amador Arts is a great group. I think it's wonderful that they have helped to make it apparent that there are people who certain members of the board have said that don't even exist in this county. It's nice to know that just that has moved due to efforts that, you know, pennies of the money that they're asking for went to. I come from a family of educators, all of whom do as much as they can to bring art to education for people so that they know that the option to go into the arts is available. And I'd like to end with a little quote from a writer who's now deceased from the Midwest. The least you can do is go into the arts. I'm not kidding. The arts are not a way to make a living. They are a very human way of making life more bearable. Participating in art, no matter how well or how badly, is a way to make your soul grow. For heaven's sake, sing in the shower, dance to the radio, tell stories, write a poem to a friend, even a lousy poem. Do it as well as you possibly can. You'll get an enormous reward. You will have created something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I've timed this, so it should be under the 3 minutes. Hello, my name is Carlos Ponce. I'm a resident of Sutter Creek, District 4. I'm a writer of short form prose and poetry. Sometimes I'll take part in local readings and have hosted local open mic events. When I began performing my readings, the first venue I'd attended was a small cafe in Sacramento by the name of Luna's. I can't recall much detail regarding that first night, aside from how I'd felt standing on the stage for the first time. I didn't feel especially nervous when they called my name, when I took those steps up the stage and the faces came into view. Yet at some point, I guess something within me had its own notions of confidence. My heart began beating as if situated right in the center of my throat. All moisture was suddenly absent, as if I'd just arrived from a desert expedition gone wrong. I wasn't aware to the extent I jumped straight into the deep end of this whole thing until later that night, reading a tagline on the flyer I'd grabbed: the longest running open mic for poetry in Northern California. The thing is, Some of the other acts that night had performed in a style I was familiar with, yet definitely threw me for a bit of a loop nonetheless. I played a recording of it for my wife later that night. She's an artist and very familiar with notions of nudity in art, and even she'd decided that she didn't appreciate what she'd heard because it appeared to be vulgar and shocking, just for the sake of it. We have a 13-year-old son together, and it just blows me away that he's going to all the same schools and that she'd attended so many years ago. The notion was presented a little earlier. You know something is pornographic when you see it. I agree with that notion. As far as I'm concerned, we all have the right to determine what we like or don't like, what we prefer our kids to see or not see. I don't care what country it is or what the laws happen to be. He's my son. Why should we oppose censorship when scenes of murder and mayhem dominate the TV screen, when works of art can be seen as a direct insult to my beliefs, and when much sexually explicit material can be seen as degrading to women? Why not let the majority's morality and taste dictate what is allowed to be displayed or at least funded? The answer is simple and timeless. A free society is based on the principle that each and every individual has the right to decide what art or entertainment he or she wants or does not want to receive or create. Once you allow the government to censor someone else, you cede to it the power to censor you or something you like. Censorship is like a poison gas, a powerful weapon that can harm you when the wind shifts. Freedom of expression for ourselves requires freedom of expression for others. It is at the heart of our very democracy. Thank you.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Hi, this is Catherine Evett. I'm a resident of the Volcano area. I've been a resident of Amador County for 43 years. I have a background in visual and performing arts, including a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in painting. I want to pick up on what Mr. Ponce just said because it's very important. Some years ago, I was at the LA County Museum of Art, specifically to see a show of fine art that had been censored by the Nazis. And the Nazis were among the biggest censors of art, and many of the works they censored are acknowledged now as very important works. So censorship is very much like a poison gas and a slippery slope to head down. I wanted to say also that I was briefly the administrator of the Amador County Arts Council in 1987 when Bruce Pachanti was the board chairman. And that year and the year before and some years after, Amador County actually provided office space to Amador Arts. I believe that the Arts Council got $5,000 from the Board of Supervisors in 1987. I've also since then produced concerts here, including a sold out free concert for children in Sutter Creek that was also a benefit for the food bank. I've produced other concerts here, and I'm married to a musician and sound engineer. The arts are a very important aspect of our lives here, and the amount that you're being requested to give to them is minuscule. $3,500 is literally 10 cents per person per year for Amador County residents who aren't residents of Mule Creek. I would suggest that you're underfunding the program and that you should in fact give them substantially more funds. That said, I think it would also be reasonable if you think it's most important for the county's dollars to go to arts education to ask that the money be spent that way. I mean, that's a reasonable thing. It's easy for the Arts Council to check, and it keeps you from going down this path of censorship and violations of free speech that some people in the county seem to be urging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Molly, when you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Molly Allen. I am a hired artist of the Amador Arts Council. They've hired me a number of times at their events like the Wine Fest to have floral arts available for the public to enjoy. I have been in the Amador County Unified School District program since I was in preschool. And it is because of teachers in the arts like Millie Butler is the only reason that I probably have graduated and opened a successful business as a florist in Amador City, where I am contributing to the community and children and the whole county, in my opinion, in a positive way. I chose to raise my kids here because I experienced the arts through school, and I assumed that the funding was from the school district, but it's possible that the funding came from Amador Arts. And I just want to let you guys know that it's a little bit shameful for our Board of Supervisors to not promote Amador Arts. $3,500 is not enough money to put on a program. It's not enough money to even teach one teacher. It's art supplies, it's gas, it's someone's time. $3,500 is nothing. And I encourage you to give them more money. And instead of criticizing something that they've done, I encourage you to guess how they spend the money moving forward. And if it makes you uncomfortable to not go to an art show or to view specific art material, I believe that's your decision to not look at the art. It's kind of like a buffet. You don't have to eat all the food. It's kind of rude to censor an art subject matter. And I think it's inappropriate for the Board of Supervisors to say in front of the public that they think an artist is being offensive. Like me, like it's limiting and it's hurtful for artists as a community. So I think instead of criticizing them, I think you should come up with solutions and show more support so that this county is a more beneficial place and a limiting place. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. And insulting the board is sure not going to get the board to change their mind very easily. Next speaker.
Go ahead, Bronwyn.
Hi, my name is Bronwyn Hogan. I live in Jackson and I'm a taxpayer. And I raised two now adult sons in Amador County who have benefited greatly from the many Amador Arts funded events. In fact, I asked my son, who is in a meeting with the company that he works for as a chemist, if he could join, but he's in a meeting. So he sent me a brief statement which said, poetry out loud in the Arts Council was absolutely key to my progression as a student, allowed me opportunities that led me directly on a path to four-year college and my current trajectory as a chemistry PhD student. He will be returning to California to go to Berkeley to get his PhD in chemistry, where he wants to work on battery storage technology in order to be able to help our energy independence as a country and specifically as a county if he can work on some projects here. He says that the Amador Arts Council deserves substantial and increased and committed support for the good of all the members of the community and the county. And as Catherine pointed out, which I hadn't calculated, it's a tiny amount of money per person and it does so much good. I want to specifically speak briefly about the pony farm issue. I attended the art show at the pony farm. I saw the collage that Brian Onetto has been speaking about second or perhaps third hand. I did not notice the word that apparently offended someone second or third hand. I'll be frank, I wasn't actually that into the art. It wasn't my cup of tea. And you know what I did? I walked by the stuff that I looked at it. Some of it I thought, I'm not really that interested in it. I talked with the artists. I got some insight into what they were thinking. It didn't really change my mind about whether I liked the art, but I got some information. And the artwork by Eden, the static paintings, I really was not that interested in. I went and watched the videos. And do you know what the videos celebrated? They celebrated the beauty of this county. They celebrated the trees, they celebrated the wildflowers, they celebrated the meadows. And there were no videos. I don't know, Brian, I guess you went to some website, but there were no videos at the Pony Farm Art Show that were offensive. And as many people have said before, if you don't like the art, walk by, don't look at it. Or maybe think about why you don't like it. Maybe ask that question and you might continue to say, I don't like it, or you might say, it really made me think. So I'm so frustrated when I hear our Board of Supervisors particularly Supervisor Oneto, essentially saying we should be censoring art. I have looked at many paintings by famous artists that we consider masterpieces of the crucifixion of Christ. Some of those paintings are gruesome. And, you know, they're art. I don't spend a ton of time looking at them because they, I guess you could say they offend me. They make me cringe a little bit. But I don't ask people to take them down. I don't ask people not to, you know, anyway, sorry, I'm winding myself up a little bit. I will just say again, the Amador Arts Council does so much good for this community. And the fact is that our students in our schools would not have even a tiny fraction or any of the arts education they have if the Arts Council weren't around. And I will also support both my son and I can't remember who it was who spoke before me. The Board of Supervisors is not actually giving enough funding to the Amador Arts Council for what this county gets out of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mary, when you're ready.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, staff, and community.
Good morning.
My name is Mary Polskamp. I reside in Sutter Creek, and I am here to offer my support to Amador Arts and urge you to do the same. In the late 70s, when I received my California teaching credential, multi-subject, at that time, teachers were trained to incorporate art into every lesson. I worked as a substitute in Amador County back then, but over the years, as decreased funding, back to basics, and core took hold, our educational system, sadly, art fell by the wayside in many classrooms. And Amador Arts has stepped in to provide high quality arts education to all of our elementary age school students by hiring dozens of local artists to teach over 200 classes a year. These classes are provided free of charge. In the 1990s, after receiving my master's in psychology and eventually becoming your employee at what was then called Amador County Department of Mental Health, I saw firsthand how art can be a powerful healing agent for those suffering with mental illness. Amador Arts has partnered with Amador County Behavioral Health to advance awareness and prevention of suicide in their Heart of Hope program. As a local business owner and operator for over 40 years, I, along with you, realize how important tourist dollars are to our county's economy. Through their seasonal TGIF concerts in the park, their annual wine fest, and multiple art shows, Amador Arts brings thousands of tourists into the Motherlode every year. For the past 6 years, my business has gladly partnered with Amador Arts, and we have been hosts to their open mic, Poetry Out Loud, and this week we are installing their current show, Safe Space. Safe Space is a partnership between the Tri-County LGBTQ Alliance, Amador County Behavioral Health, Out for Mental Health, and Amador Arts. Safe Space will dawn our walls beginning this Thursday and run throughout all of Pride Month. And I invite you all to come in and see art. All of these endeavors and the hard work of Amador Arts Board of Directors, their volunteers, and executive director have led our little Arts Council to be ranked by the state of California alongside of much larger and more affluent counties such as San Francisco, Santa Clara, and Santa Barbara. This is an amazing feat and something all of Amador County should take pride in. These programs have costs associated with them. And while Amador Arts has been extremely successful in procuring multiple grants, our financial support is vital to them. Our financial support is vital to them. You're
Can you
considering
wrap up your
35.
comments, Mary?
I
Can you
sure
wrap up
can,
your comments,
Richard.
please?
I sure can. Yes, let me. You are considering $3,500, equivalent to about 10 cents a resident. Please keep this program alive and growing in our community. I urge you to approve continued funding to Amador Arts, and I join with Tony and many others suggesting that you up the ante. Thank you and good day.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alex, when you're ready.
Yep. Are you able to hear me on here?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your time. Thank you for having us to comment. My family's been in Amador County for about 60 years now. My brother and I both graduated from Amador High School. So we've been around firsthand to see the charms and historic scenery that make the Motherlode unique. We were raised going to the Italian picnic and dandelion days, seeing crafts and local art that vendors had for sale there. We were regulars at the county fair. We would go in and see the photos that were on display for competition. What we witnessed in these moments was not just a hobby or a business that was brought out for show during the summer. What we saw was the spirit of rural life coming to us. I noticed that one critic remarked that some of these controversial artists must not be from here. To her, I would want to ask, what allows you to believe that rural values are singular and stagnant? My values clearly are not the same as yours. The arts would not allow that belief. Another critic seems to think himself a bastion of local values and yet admitted that he himself is not from here. I am from here and my local art would look controversial to you. So consider that. And in the midst of a generation that values the newest, the nicest, and the fastest, in our rural life, we are able to take a moment to glorify the true lives that we live and witness here. We couldn't see that it was just the modern or the edgy or the urban that was worthy of a pedestal. We could revel in the beauty of a simple American life. We can only do this through the expressions of artists who have lived these experiences in this town. Breaking backs on ranches, toiling in gardens, spending time in the woods. These are moments that can only be spiritually felt by those of us who have been here and those of us that witness the art that comes from here. By supporting Amador Arts, you do not allow rural life to recede into the shadows. Fund the spirit of this region. Fund the expression of our experiences. Fund the arts in Amador, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Hi, my name's Jordan Correas. I'm from Harris, Northern California. I'm in the advertising department. I've been here for about 3 years since the casino opened. I wanted to offer another perspective. I've personally worked with Megan and the Amador Arts Council for basically since we opened. They've been a great partner in the community. We sponsored the Wine Fest last year. They've definitely been kind of a blessing to us. And then as far as creative people in the community, they've really offered somewhere for us to go to explore new ideas, whether we wanted a mural on property or just different ideas to kind of go above and beyond. The organization has really given us access to creative people, which is something special. Additionally, I was one of those kids that needed art class. I wasn't going to do sports, and 4-H wasn't a thing for me, especially in the times that we live in. It's just important to have an outlet for the feelings that you have, especially at that age and going through puberty and hormones. It's important to have somewhere to put all of those feelings, and I think it's a very positive thing. So I just wanted to thank you guys for designating Amador Arts Council as a partner to the state of California, and I hope that you continue to support.
Go ahead, next caller, please.
Good
Identified
afternoon.
as iPhone. There we go.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I couldn't figure out a way to change it. Can you guys hear me well? Hi, board members. I'm Andrea Healy. I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. I was visiting Amador County recently, so I just want to put out a disclaimer that I am not from Amador County at all. I'm joining this call in support of Amador Arts, but also to support what the Pony Farm is doing for you guys and for Amador Arts. I came up to Amador as a visitor to support one of the artists, and I just want to let you guys know that besides what happened at the pony farm, visiting around Amador, I was not it's not a place that I would necessarily recommend for visiting. I felt like what many of you said on this call, like a lot of people were not open to new things. A lot of people were not welcoming to new things, especially the artists. And to hear that the artists are offensive is actually offensive to others. As many of you said, art is very subjective. And if you guys want more visitors and visitations, I would just like to offer my perspective as someone who is not from this county of how unwelcoming it was until I went to an actual program that was put on by Amador Arts. I love the work that they're doing there. I completely support them and think that they should continue to do more things and continue to diversify. And just to hear that art is offensive when it's a subjective thing is just completely bizarre to me and very not opening or very kind to anybody or to people's freedom of speech and expression and rights. So I completely support Amador Arts, and I'll leave you guys with that.
Thank you, I guess, but you know, the homeless come to our county because they say that everyone is nice here. So I'm puzzled by those comments, to tell you the truth. Must have gone to Mule Creek State Prison.
Go ahead, Mr. Heisenbuttel.
Hi, this is John Heisenbuttel, longtime resident of Amador County. I want to start by associating my views on the First Amendment and freedom of expression with those of Amy Champ. Some perspectives offend some people, other perspectives offend others. That's what makes America great. That's okay. I don't think Amador County and the board wants to be like the University of California system, which regularly cancels or censors different points of view, especially conservative points of view. We're better than that. I ask that the board unanimously support the support of the Arts Council without any constraints. And I suggest that Ms. O'Keefe and her board seek out support and a diversity of perspectives, because promoting a specific perspective is the same as censorship. Thank you.
Go ahead, Theodora.
Hi, yes, my name is Theodora Flory, or as many in the community know me by Teddy. I am a resident of Volcano, and I moved up here 8 years ago from the San Francisco Bay Area. I've been in art programs since I was a tiny kid, you know, all the way through grade school into college, through community and school-led programs. I believe in art as something that is healing for our souls and for our communities. I'm also a part of the local Out for Mental Health Task Force, and believe that the opportunity to create art here in this county through the Amador Arts Council is incredibly important for the mental health of everyone here in this county, especially marginalized people. So I am in favor of approving the budget for the council, but also would like to repeat what others have said, that I think that this is a very small budget and that it could be a wonderful opportunity to provide more for the council so that they can do more for the students and the residents of Amador County. Thank you so much for your time.
Go ahead, Ty, when you're ready.
Yes, good afternoon. It is noon now. Excuse me. The arts are I am Ty Polskamp. I'm a resident of Jackson, and I was raised in Sutter Creek. I graduated from Amador High School in 2002. The arts are intended to inspire dialogue and give breath to aspects of the human experience which otherwise are unacknowledged, overlooked, and yes, even censored. So I consider this conversation a huge win. I have hosted 3 art shows here in Amador County in collaboration with the Amador County Arts Council, the 4th beginning Thursday, hosted on site this year at Rosebud's Cafe, while the walls of Amador County's Arts Council, the site within the senior center, are dedicated to honoring the art and culture of our vibrant Miwok community currently. I would like to note that none of the shows were attended by a single elected member of this body. I hope to see you at the reception on Sunday. This year, we have expanded this collaboration at the request of the Tuolumne County Arts Council to now include Tuolumne and Calaveras County in the celebration of rural LGBTQ artists, art, and lives. I'll break down that acronym for you. L is lesbian, G is gay, B is bisexual, T is transgender, and queer, Q, is an umbrella term under which all those former acronyms may be housed, just to clarify. I am a survivor of the Amador County Unified School District. I am an artist, and yes, I am a transgender man. In regards to the statements by Richard Forrester speaking on behalf of the homeless, we sure missed you at the 3rd annual Homeless Resource Fair last weekend. I personally spoke with nearly all of the 71 homeless people who were served by the 2-day stand-down style event. I expect you are communicating in large numbers with the unhoused residents of Amador in order to feel confident in assuming the authority to speak on their voice and the experience of homelessness here in this county. I would like to speak with you more directly about the insights you bring to the challenges we are facing regarding poverty and homelessness here in Amador County. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Baracco.
This is Bruce Baracco, 44 Eureka Street, Sutter Creek. This is the story of the Little Arts Council that could, developing a truly comprehensive arts program over the years and rising to one of the top arts councils in the state of California. So at best, and as a number of commenters have said, $3,500 request for funding is really a base level and needs to be increased. So here's a proposal for the Board of Supervisors. And to try to address the appropriateness issue, I would suggest that the board double the amount of funding to $7,000 and to designate these funds for the arts in education program. Thank you.
I think that's all the Zoom comments we have.
Yes.
Board members, I think everybody in the room's had their say. Any further comments from the board?
Sure, I have one. Mr. Baracco said we should double the funding, but I'm not sure we're supposed to get the money. We probably have more money right now than on most occasions, but we've also got law enforcement. They want more money. They're very unhappy. We've got roads, many potholes. The roads are very unhappy, and the people that travel on them are. So that's just something to think about when they're asking for doubling funding. It's kind of interesting. I still got in my house, I use it, a little clay finger pot I made when I was a kid. I think maybe 3rd grade, 5th grade. I put paper clips in it. Made an art class at school. And maybe my memory might be fuzzy, but I thought the school system funded their art classes completely. I went to school. I remember going on field trips and buses, different places. I remember we went to state capitol. And I remember the group of kids, we were from the hills, so we ran all over the state capitol. I remember went up top, they had a dome out on the balconies, out some back door, and all of us kids went all over the place. But the point I'm making is the schools are pretty well funded back then. Kind of sad when we have to have outside groups basically doing the art at school, which I think is wonderful, but I would think the school system should fund it like they used to. Also, as far as, I would suggest if people think that I'm being unreasonable, and the Pony Farm did sponsor an event by that Michaela Tobin. She had an event there. It was called White Boy Scream Thou, Thou. I'd suggest go look at it, check it out. And I'd like to say this, I agree with Mr. Heisenbuttel. I'm not looking to censor art. I'm not looking to wipe out the Arts Council. What I'd like to see is maybe a little bit of discretion. I mean, if somebody comes in and wants to do art, photographs of killing and torturing animals, should we use discretion? I think so. Not saying if somebody wants to have their own private art show, doing whatever they want, hey, that's their freedom. I got no problem with that. If we're putting public funds towards something, or if they want to come in and do maybe a celebration of the Nazi regime, should we use discretion? Yeah, we probably should. We want to have pictures of little black sheep with, as part of the art, with some nasty stuff written on it. Should we use discretion? Yeah, I think we should. That's where I'm coming from. That's well, my complaint. We shouldn't, especially in public places. If you want to have private art showings, or something as offensive as you want to make it, I don't care. I won't go to it. I agree with the person said. And when you have children in school, children's minds are very impressionable. I still remember things I did when I was in grade school, elementary school, middle school, high school, things I saw. All I ask is provide art to the kids, provide art to the community. I support you. Like I said, I supported Amador Arts and Giving Tuesday personally. I don't think I've ever voted against funding for the arts. So that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm at.
That's good, because you used up all your 3 minutes. Okay, Supervisor Crew.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Great
Can you pull your mic down?
great outpouring of support, and myself, I enjoyed the conversation. A lot of times it's stuff we don't talk about every day. And looking at it from both sides of the issue, I think it really comes down to, at the end, the Arts Council has done a great job with limited funding and has gone to the children in the schools who are overseen by the teachers and the parent helpers in the classrooms. So for that money to go there, I have no problem. In fact, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
With discussion.
I would like to say something first too. We've been listening to all this, so I'll try to keep it to 1 minute. But you know, I have no artistic talent whatsoever, but my mom dragged me to every art museum throughout the country. We lived all over the country, all over the state, went through Europe, went to the ballet, went to the symphony. And the one thing I've learned is there's things I like and there's things I don't like, but most importantly, there is a lot of art out there that can be offensive. And sometimes the artist does that intentionally to make people think. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes people's sensibilities are just, you know, different. And I think we run into a lot of trouble when we start, you know, becoming the social police and telling people what they can and can't do, especially for a paltry $35K. You know, the most
3,500, not 35K.
I'm sorry, 3,500. Sorry, 3,500. You're right. Anyhow, I think the point is that, you know, if being offensive is the criteria, I don't know what that is. It's like we only want Disney art. And, you know, I guess I'd have to throw away all my Rolling Stones records too, because there's awful lot of offensive stuff in there as well. So as far as responsibility, I think it was the artist's responsibility to do that sometimes. You know, it's not pornographic, it's not violent. You know, would I hang it in my house? Probably not. So I think, you know, we need to keep supporting the Arts Council. And in fact, I would like to donate my COVID relief funds to the Arts Council. It's $2,000, okay? So you can make your motion.
The only thing I just want to say is I'm kind of with Frank on the aspect of I've never been able to appreciate art. One of the things is, you know, I had a nice conversation with Megan, and she gave me a call. I've never truly been able to appreciate a lot of the art, but I really appreciate the point of what it makes to do the art. to manufacture it, the artistic eye that it takes to build, to do a drawing. I can't. One of the things out of my elementary school, I remember I had a teacher that was Mr. Clark, and he was trying to pound in pointillism to us, making art with dots. That about drove me insane. I couldn't do it. Just could not do it. But then again, I think one of my other teachers, Sid James, was industrial arts. He brought me into building stuff with metal. I'm an amateur welder. I've just built a couple things for my own home, and I can do that. And so I do think, I wish there was a little bit more industrial arts out there that could be done in that aspect. But right now, I'd like to make a motion to approve $3,500 to the Amador Arts Council.
I'll second.
All right, moved and seconded. I do want to make just one quick comment. I would donate my $2,000 of premium pay too, but I've already spent $1,800 of it to pay for T-shirts for the Parent Teacher Association fund run, and I own. Part of the point missed here is a lot of good points brought up today, a lot of insulting of the Board of Supervisors. That happens. We're sitting in the seats. We get it.
The job.
Yeah, but it's up to the Arts Council to scrutinize and make sure that the art is at least appropriate. I think you got that message clear today. By appropriate, I mean no obscenities or violence, things like that. But really, the bigger issue is this Board of Supervisors puts the county's name on a letter of support for the Amador Arts to go to the California Arts Council. So that's the biggest issue to me, is we are supporting our Arts Council to represent the county appropriately and correctly, and that means no violence, to look and make sure. And Megan, I appreciate what you said, that one area was just missed and you took action to correct it as soon as you found it. So I appreciate you having your glasses on and looking for things like that and making sure that there's nothing that's going to reflect poorly on this county back to people. So with that, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I'll make it real quick. I agree with what you said 100%, Richard, your last statement. And I think one gentleman earlier said it well, freedom carries responsibility with it. So I'm good.
All right, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed?
I'm an aye.
You're an aye, okay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone for giving your input today. Move to item 3D, Amador Senior Center, discussion possible action relative to a request from Mr. Chris Carlton, Executive Director, to allocate $15,000, which was previously budgeted for a Common Ground Senior Services Meals on Wheels program to the ASC's Meal on Wheel program for 22-23. Chris?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. It's good to see you here again. On May 5th, we were awarded the contract from Area 12 to provide home-delivered meals for all of Amador County. I told you earlier we would be bidding that contract, so we were successful in it. We plan to, in the next month, make transition of Common Grounds clients over to our program, which will essentially double our size, doubling our program, therefore doubling our responsibility financially to fund the program. So I'm back before you because Common Ground had indicated in their winding down of their program that they would recommend we would continue to get that funding, and we would like to request that you continue to fund senior meals for the home delivery program at the $30,000 you would have been committing to anyway for this year.
Do you know if any of those clients, is there duplication?
There are no duplications in clients. They have, as I think Elizabeth reported to you last time, a little over 204 clients in total that would transfer over and become our clients. They are completely unduplicated.
And what I had asked, I reviewed the minutes from the last meeting, and what I had asked is for Elizabeth to come back because she said $5,000 would help her program to continue with transporting those people that need transport outside the county. I'd asked for a report to come back from her and did not get that. So we're left with the $15,000 additional request now.
Did you give her a timeline or?
You know, when I made the request, I would assume that she would go ahead and do it. I think she'd already provided some documentation that the need was there, but, she has not followed up on that.
Okay. Good enough.
So, Chris, let me ask you, the meals that you're going to be providing, are these going to be hot meals as opposed to what Meals on Wheels was doing, which was a
Great question. Thank you, Supervisor Axe. Our commitment is to continue to provide hot meals 5 days a week to all clients, including those that will be transferring over to our program.
Okay, all right. I hope we can do that with fuel prices and everything. So,
Were all those meals that were provided for home delivered, or were some of them at sites where they were having lunch?
So we do run another program that's a congregate program.
But the one you're assuming from Elizabeth, are all of those home delivered meals?
They're all home delivered.
Okay.
And for Friday, you're doing the giving them meals for the Saturday and Sunday if they're ordered?
Our commitment is to continue to do weekend meals, which we've done in our program. We're simply integrating those clients into our program and continuing the same level of services to them.
Now, how is your kitchen going to be able to handle all these new meals?
Well, our kitchen will have to hire new people. We're looking at hiring a driver. So our expenses are going up incredibly. I just noticed the SAC-B that minimum wage is going up, and I think it was anticipated to go up in January 2023, but now even another 50 cents. So we're seeing costs across the board escalate. That's no surprise to you at all. So therefore, the request for the additional $15,000 to cover the clients that money designated was going to cover anyhow, to continue to cover those clients.
In that contract you're taking over, you'll still be in the same area?
The contract is to cover all of Amador County and all areas, all districts, right?
Okay.
All right. So doubling your business is a pretty...
It's a big undertaking.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the correct word to use.
It's a big undertaking, yes.
Because the staff time is going to be, you're going to have to redo the routes, and you need more vehicles, or all of those logistic questions come to my mind.
There are a lot of logistical questions. So in making our presentation to receive this contract, we had to present our plan and how we were going to carry that out to Area 12. They obviously thought our plan was sufficient enough and good enough to award us the contract. So I'm confident in our plan to be able to do this. We do have a request into CDA, California Department of Aging, for funds to provide a truck that would be like a catering type customized truck. The bid for that was $72,000. So you can see the costs involved to carry out these kinds of programs. Hopefully we'll be awarded that money. The infrastructure money is there. $600,000 has been designated for the Area 12 agency area, but I won't find out about that until July. So some of that infrastructure is possible.
Is it a multi-year contract?
It's a multi-year contract that will run from 2022 all the way through 2026.
So you'd have time to invest some in infrastructure and get your money. Okay.
Absolutely.
Are you receiving any funding of the $500,000 that we allocated into nonprofits through Nina Machado, and now the Community Foundation is organizing that?
So in my interactions with Amador Community Foundation, first of all, short answer is no. We haven't received any money from that. My understanding in interacting with Amador Community Foundation is it's still kind of being tied up with council on how to best do that. That was an update as of maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. So they're still working on that, from what I understand.
Yes, we're still finalizing the sub-recipient agreement with HCF and figuring out how to work our program with them before it could get allocated.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Any public comment?
Hi, Jamie Labenko. Just a quick question, because I know that in one of the presentations that was given by the Senior Center in a previous meeting, they were not actually serving the Plymouth area, Fiddletown, River Pines, because they didn't have the capacity to do that. So I just want to make sure that that portion of the county, which was receiving the meals from Common Ground, was still going to be served.
Thanks for the question. Our commitment is to receive all of the clients from Common Ground and continue to serve them, and to expand into those areas we're not currently in right now. Yes.
Yeah, you said basically the contract's the whole county.
It is. It covers the entire county.
Any further comments? All right, I'm ready for action or discussion.
Sure.
Make a motion then to allocate the $15,000 that was previously budgeted for Common Ground Senior Services Meals on Wheels program to the Senior Center.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you again for your support. We really appreciate it. Appreciate it.
All right. We'll go to item 3E, Argonaut Mine Disaster Centennial Commemoration, discussion and possible action relative to request from the Argonaut Mine Disaster Centennial Commemoration Committee for funding from the tourist occupancy funds in the amount of $4,000 to cover costs associated with shuttle services to the Argonaut Mine, floral expenses for the cemetery services, and stipends for entertainers and living history actors during the commemoration events.
You're a patient lady.
I had to run back because we had some repairmen at the mine, but I'm back. May I give you each one of these? It'll help you understand.
Sure.
Thank you.
You can give us your resume if you want to. Everybody else did today.
Thank you.
Resume is a human being. There we go. Lots of experiences, and this isn't one I ever anticipated having. But as the president of the board of the Kennedy Mine, we are working with the Historical Society and several other groups to commemorate the Argonaut Mine disaster, 100 years this year, as we already presented that to you. We've been working with community people, finalizing events, activities, and getting everything organized. So now we have a calendar, and we better know what we needed. I'm going to make it a little short because you've been here a long time, all day. So we have a variety of events, and we have some major sponsors and underwriting sponsors in the city of Jackson, the Jackson Lions Club, and Kit Carson Ironman, and a group of other volunteers and everything. But what we're looking at and what I'm requesting is funding for transportation to the Argonaut Mine. I've spoken with Mr. Crowley, the owner of the mine, and he's going to permit visitors to come and visit the property outside, not inside. It's not safe and everything. We will have docents up there, but because it's on a residential street, it would impact the neighborhood greatly. So there is access coming from Argonaut Drive, a gated access at the top of the road that we can bring in charter buses or, in this case, Blue Mountain Transit, and bring people from the Kennedy Mine in groups over there, and they'll turn around at the cul-de-sac at the bottom of the hill and not impact any of the residents on Spun Road, which is a residential area. And so the cost of doing those charters will be about $2,500 for running 3 buses all day. We have over 100 descendants that are planning to attend, so they will have first priority for signing up for the tours to go up to the Argonaut Mine, and then other people will be able to sign up as it is available. The Argonaut has been fascinating to lots of people, and since it's privately owned, it's inaccessible most of the time to get there unless you know somebody to get up there. In addition to that, there'll be services at 3 cemeteries, the Protestant cemetery, the Catholic cemetery, and the Serbian cemetery. At each one of those, Keith Davis and his committee have done an excellent job in researching all that, looking at all old pictures, exactly what was there and how everything was presented, and they're trying to recreate that, including a barbershop quartet, high school band, and all of those things that were at the original services. And so to have the flowers that were there at that time and the large wreaths, we are looking for funding for those. Flowers and wreaths are not inexpensive. And finally, we're going to be using a number of people for entertainment during the day, period entertainment. We have music, song, we have a concertina player, we have Serbian music also that'll be presented, as well as people doing characters that would have been available at that time. Ruth Finney, who was the news reporter that got the scoop, or the miner, the reporter that portrayed himself as a miner and snuck into the mine, much to the shock and horror of the owners, and other people that will be doing living history throughout that time. So this gives you an overview of the things that are happening at the mine, and it'll be filled out later, and it's going to be, the activities are free to anybody that comes. To do that, there's no charge for the event or the history day for the fourth graders or anything. So this would help us be able to put on the event and make it a center point for the community. And it will actually, we have people coming from Serbia even. And Grass Valley's rescuer group is coming up because they were instrumental to the mine. So we'll have people coming from all over.
Linda?
Yes.
Is the hoist operation going to be open during this? Because that's on the Kennedy Mine property now, right?
The hoist operation, no, because the access to that is not, it's not safe. It would be a liability issue at this point.
Right.
The flooring in there and access
really?
to get in there.
I was told that it has a full
It is.
full
It has
operation
a
in there.
beautiful
There's all
hoist
the
in there
wheels
with, still
and
has
the
the
drums and
dials
everything.
that show the level the skips were at and all the hoist things. And we're in conversation with Mr. Crowley, but at this time it would not be a wise decision to take anybody in there.
Do your normal tours include fourth grade?
We get a lot of fourth graders, third graders.
Why is it specific on here Fridays?
Because California history and the gold rush is first grade curriculum.
Okay, so, and who is it says by reservation? Are
Yes.
Amador
So,
County Schools?
Amador
going to be-
County Schools, we've now limited it just to Amador County Schools because it was going to be too big. And we've already talked to the school district and they have all the information for that.
And I would note there are a couple, private schools out
Mhm.
there too, outside of the.
We have, they've come visit us too. So we're aware of them. Thank you though, for reminding me.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sure. Now, you talked about, costs for buses.
Mhm.
Have you even worked with Amador Transit as far as getting buses, or?
Our problem with Amador Transit is you're required to go back to the transit center on each trip. It has to be included in the loop. And that adds a lot of time and reduces the amount of bus time we could have.
No, I meant sometimes, occasionally they'll provide buses, for events.
Like, they do it for the Amador County Fair, they do it for other events.
Okay.
I don't see why they couldn't do it for your event it's very low cost.
Well, when they did it for, say, Dandelion Days, all the drivers were required to go to the transit center as part of the route.
Really?
Yeah. So that was kind of, we were looking at the time frame.
$6 a gallon, that doesn't make sense.
Well, it didn't make sense to, so we were looking at the time frame, and we talked to the Lions Club about their experience with that, and their recommendation was probably be easier, because we anticipate them leaving the south entrance, getting on Highway 49, going north, getting in the left turn lane, going down to Argonaut Drive, taking them down to the mine, and then going back down by Aces that way and coming up to go in the north entrance to preclude any traffic issues too. So
Those Blue Mountain Transit vans are smaller,
yes, they hold 10.
because it's pretty crowded there at that turnaround.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Our CAO has confirmed that the $4,000 is available in the budget, so.
The good news about this group, they only come once every 100 years.
Every 100 years, yes, that's right. I won't be back.
No, yeah, when it happened, it was a big deal in this county.
It was huge, and I've been in contact with quite a bit with Nevada City because they had quite a few rescuers and they want to publicize it all there too because so many of their miners from the mines there also came.
All right, any public comment? Board action?
I would make a motion that we approve the 4,000 funding out of the TOT funds to pay for shuttle service, floral expenses, and stipends for entertainers and living history actors during the commemoration events in August, September of 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
It was on my birthday. What's up with that?
Well, you're welcome to come celebrate.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, winding it down, item 3F, Senate Bill 828. Supervisor Axe, would you like to?
Yes, as a member, the vice chair of the Amador County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, this was an agendized item, and the advisory board discussed a bill. This is Senate Bill 828 that was put together in a bipartisan fashion with Senator John Barrasso from Wyoming and Senator Debbie Stabenow from Michigan. And this is to provide a bill that would basically provide better access to therapists and mental health services through Medicare for people living in rural areas of the United States, or actually for 55 and older. So certainly will help folks in the rural areas as well. And the idea is to send a letter of support to our senators, both Feinstein, Dianne Feinstein, and Alex Padilla. I believe Dianne Feinstein has signed on to the bill. So maybe we only need to send it to Senator Padilla at this time. So, but that, you know, I think it would be a good thing for our seniors.
Well, we'll leave it on there. Send it to both. That'll be a good thing.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion? Public comment? And can I hear a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the chairman's signature on a letter supporting Bill 828 to Senators Feinstein and Padilla.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. We're on to the minutes, our last item. I don't have any corrections.
I had one correction, sort of.
Okay.
So I already put it in. Make a motion to approve minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the minutes with one minor correction. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. And that is all of our business for today, so this meeting is adjourned.